Okay, now it's on. So welcome everybody to this third session of the fifth Metahuman Futures Forum here in Lesbos. My name is Jaime Del Val, co-organizer of the forum, and it's my pleasure now to introduce the first two speakers of today. Nefeli Katsaro, who will be starting, and then followed by Nicoletta Gorgoli. So Nefeli Katsaro is a visual artist working in painting, sculpture, and interior architecture in the Athens School, graduated from the Athens School, and Nicoletta Gorgoli is an academic researcher specializing in visual arts and fashion with focus on both theoretical and practical aspects of the field, and here in Mytilene. And also part of the research group of the Bodines Horos project. So, welcome, and I let you. Now we can move this just on here so that you can directly change.
Hello, good morning. It's a pleasure, it's a true pleasure we are here today. Thank you. So, together, Nicoletta and I will guide you through our journey about reading the body in a post-human era, a post-human project. I began by sharing how our works are created, but first I'll tell you about our first thoughts that maybe you have had read already in our abstract. Summarize it in the light of post-human, critical post-human, metahuman, and transhuman discussion about life, embodiment, and what lies beyond humanity and the Anthropocene. We explore the concept of the dolls to show the blurring and strict lines between pre-established notions about existence. We challenge our knowledge of post-human art and search the infinite directions of representation. This exploration brought forth ideas about figure, the understanding of shapes and forms, movement, and fashioning the body. In a world of radical change and environmental unconsciousness through art, fashion, and garment design, we open a discussion about possible futures and interpretations, ones that manifest different versions of embodiment, addressing the body with a complex and transgressive reality and fantasy. I will share now how and why I made these works. You can see in the exhibition that runs now here in the university, and in some way it's tangled with the concept and the ideas of the forum. So why we create these arts, and why with those fragile and mostly natural material. Here we see the sequence of cell works, artworks in various spaces that have been presented to the public over the past years. What led me to sculpt a skin from such a fragile material as paper? Art is and must be smoke and mirrors. That is the true challenge. But the feelings and sensations it activates must be entirely unreliable true. In cells, as most of my works, the eroticism of life and death is subject to the primordial and recurring process of birth emerging through death, while the grotesque yet simultaneously seductive element is expressed. Sorry. The aesthetic of skin carries a metaphysical quality, but always serve as a reminder of our mortality, an open field for multiple interpretations. Nothing escapes decay. Those works offer a poetic visit to Hades, reversing the physical body of characters, the artwork embodies its time. After all, I call them sculpted actors. They can take different roles and speak for different concepts. So sculpted actors or shells encapsulate the emotions conveyed in its narrative. They engage with themes such as human oppression, violence, greed, lost innocence, and cosmic sacrifice, aiming to awaken a consciousness that could evolve into catharsis. The sculpture actor is a woman, literally created upon my own body. Yes, gender is irrelevant to my storytelling, much like as an ancient theater. Like an organism, the sculpture moves, evolves through spaces, places, and encounters, giving rise to new works and images. The cell seems to possess a superpower to fold, sit, stretch, unfold, and hug in space. Let's move on to the next project. So, this is a project in my fourth year in the Fine Arts Academy. I was assigned to tell again the story of the Little Red Riding Hood. Thank you. So I decided to tell the story not from the perspective of the little girl, not from the perspective of the bad wolf, but from the perspective of the wolf's wife, the widow of the wolf. During the creation of the figure, I used scraps of black lash, reminiscent of lingerie, inspired by a feminine model of a window, which in the narrative I developed, become a force of nature. I also created a series of collages telling us the story of the wolf's widow, which is woven into the narrative. You can also see that in the exhibition. The widow, nature, returns to reap what the hunter sowed. He showed the wolf's death, but also maybe his descendants. Are we the descendants of the hunter? It's a question. What will nature ultimately reap in the end when humans struggle so fiercely to deny their place within her? As the artwork evolved, it began to speak to me about the sexuality of life and death and how it belongs to the primal and cyclical process of birth through death. The widow is subject to both to biology and to the spirit. I instinctively used glass to create an anthropomorphic figure. The transparency of the material allowed me to open a window to the veil between our world and another, a world that might hold answers about the survival of life. The work provokes the viewer to look through and beyond the organic form into a spiritual one. And as I perceive it, everything is connected: time, place, and consciousness. This work, in the process, connected and actually began to exist as a juxtaposition, dialogue, and allusion to Marcel Duchamp's window, 1920. Since both pieces use the window not simply as an object, but as a concept, a boundary between private and public, interior and exterior, reality and representation, and I will say material and spiritual. The next artwork, it's more playful and it has a more childish concept. So it was again inspired and made for a course. This time it was for my master degree in social and sustainable design, and we have to work about how to do some intervention in the city space. The place that was given was the National Garden of Athens. I could not help to connect it with the notion of the wandering. Our experiences of the world and our awareness of it are primarily shaped through the senses. Through them, we form meanings and learn ways to express ourselves, to communicate, and to create art. With a psychogeographical approach that tries to reinvent the experience, reactivate the instinct for wandering and imagination within the urban dweller, the artist intervention was taking place in National Garden constitutes a fantastic approach to our existence as well to our cities. Create a heterogeneous cosmic fabric with boundaries in both natural and ideal world. The visual stimulus that provided decisive for the development of the work was a discovery next to the garden's playground. A tree painted with oil pastels by the children. It's a colorful bark mosaic spreading out to the trunk like an organism. This became the basis for creating the imaginary story of the organism who, and ultimately the core of my artistic work. The interdimensional fungus entering our cosmos through the children's actions and choose an artist to create a body for it from the materials of our world. It's actually the idea. It's very interesting in the process of artistic creation to do some research. They're apocalyptic, as like in Roman languages, there is a very interesting connection between linguistic structure and matter in both design and biological contexts. The word tissue, istos, derives from the Latin textere, which is related both to textile, woven fabric, text, kimono, and texture, ifi. Languages express people's perception of their environment. The above lexical relationships contain biometric intentions, where forms, textures, and structural elements can refer to the tissues of living organisms conceptually, morphologically, and functionally. Interesting relations also develop below. The term mold describes living organisms that grow in filaments, called hyphae. Mold, meaning both fungus and casting mold, because I'm an artist, I use casting molds. A mold of natural, social, political, and cultural laws, maybe, because actually the existence of the art was always it's shaped in some mold. It's a question. Whatever happens, the discovery of the children's activity within the garden was a pleasant surprise and a meeting with the unexpected. A peculiar, imaginary, biomorphic organization made of threads and textures comes to life to tell us a story about mycelium nervus and fungi and their vital ecological roles since the dawn of the life on Earth, such as nourishing ecosystems, repairing them, and sometimes even helping create them. Mycologist Paul Stamets' theory stems from the fact that mycelia transmit information through their vast network using the same neurotransmitters found in the human brain. The interplay of matter and imagination is directly entwined with the elements of nature, and knowledge as a malleable material, and consciousness as a shaping force. Neologisms could not be absent from the artistic play, as they arise at the common ground between autogenic, communicative, and lexical behavior of the living organism. Ku generates a new lexical realm. The dragon pink biomap with fluffy bacilli, not sure, I hope I pronounced it well. The celestial biomap with nostril petaloids, the citrus fibers, the enlarged nanofloral cells allude to four elements: the body, the spirit, the intellect, and the soul of the coup. These parts possess survival qualities that both are evident and mystical, such as communication and imagination. In the creation of Ku, a paramnistic paridolink metal state is utilized. Next to the tree, now we can wrap ourselves in the textile garment, dressing both our skin and mind. Thank you very much. Listen to me. So now I give the speech to my colleague, Nicoletta. I suppose we're together at the end.
So at some point I will need some notes that I have. So yeah. So yeah. So the main idea was to for doing this exhibition was to trying to combine different embodiments and concepts of embodiments and storytellings and ideas around how vast the whole concept of dressing ourselves and the body really is. I believe we can definitely see this from the exhibition in the lobby and from all the analysis that Nefeli has previously done. So yes, my whole research at this point is concentrated on how the body and the dress are intertwined and so connected. And I believe that this installation, which is by the very famous fashion designer Alexander McQueen, deceased now. I believe it really shows how the body and the dress, the garment, however we choose to call it, because there's a whole analysis around this as well. How they are both related and so connected, and how they offer new ideas about moving ourselves with the fabric, with whatever fabric or what we choose to try and address here is not fabrics that are non-sustainable, but finding new ways of covering our body, if we choose to do so, of course, because in my research, there's the whole, after reading and listening all these forums and Jaime Del Val's theory, I've also been thinking a lot about the dressing and non-dressing, how, of course, will our bodies be dressed in the near future, how we will choose to do so, whatever the consequences, the circumstances that we're in. But generally, the idea is that we are trying to find some ways to embrace nature through dressing. And there have been some very challenging and interesting ideas by academic scholars, and of course fashion designers who really have some very groundbreaking and concepts and ideas about how to step forward and make fashion and dress more sustainable. And to be honest, I believe that fashion, it is kind of misunderstood sometimes. because we tend to compare it a lot with consumerist and all this industrialized kind of era and theories around and surrounding it, of course. But through this journey, I believe that the idea is to kind of turn somewhere else, turn towards nature, and how, for example, an old representation like this can also prove our close relationship and how dressing has been very significant for different reasons throughout centuries. And it is also telling significant stories about ourselves, and how we are really connected to nature. So a great inspiration has been an exhibition, last year exhibition at the Metropolitan Museum. It was organized by the Fashion Institute, and they were in a, of course, I would say, not in the perfect maybe way of, if we kind of guide through our discussion here this past few days, because they're for sure they're representing something sustainable, but the idea is that how sustainable are we really through this kind of process, and it is a challenging kind of aspects of how we see and promote fashion, which in this way it might become an interesting dialogue between embodiment and how we choose to show it to the world. So yes, here there are some other inspirations and representations that have been very primary for my research, and they kind of represent how we choose to see ourselves in dressing, how we look at the different kinds of garments through the ages, and how they have been a large influence for today's, for recent years, and how they are reshaped and reformed and changed. There is, of course, a certain pattern. For example, here I would like to point out about the shape and the form. So, for example, our project, the dress that we see upstairs, it is like a large and full of information. So we are definitely inspired of something big, for example. But we choose to dress it and use materials that we believe are more sustainable, and have and create an interesting dialogue with the post-human, and also reflect on some metahuman aspects, especially on how to make something even more sustainable, and of course challenging the question of dressing and no dressing for me. So the idea is that we start from something emptier, and then we build around it. And of course, in the next years, I would love to kind of find some more sustainable ways in order to create the pattern, the inside of the body. But there have been some very challenging, again, references of using nature to cover something. So, because I believe that a dress is about also covering, of course, covering ourselves, offering new identities, new ideas. So the natural and the concept of nature is central for our project. and it has many different aspects and interpretations. So this is also an interesting reference from Iris van Harpen. She's a contemporary fashion designer. And this is an underwater photo. So it is, I think, a very interesting conversation with our piece, which is, with the way I see it, it comes from the deep ocean, and it is filled with life, sea life. So yeah, we have used many different, some different materials in order to create the details. We've used tea, like juice, like tea juice. We've used blueberries. And of course, this is the technique and the crafting of an amazing friend and colleague and artist, Maria Smakopoulou. This wouldn't have been possible to create without. So it is a very significant contribution and reading of the ocean and nature with her. And we were also trying to understand the different shapes and forms. This is a very interesting reference for me. I also have, it's an open conversation. I believe it's a very interesting conversation for the forum, because this fashion designer used real butterflies and flowers. So he basically trapped the butterflies inside the dress. So I believe this is a very interesting reference to discuss, and of course find different ways in order to represent maybe something like this. Yes, in reference to this, of course, we were also trying to find different ways in order to light the piece as well. They're all part of a process and ideas. And again, here there are the main references for our project, definitely, which is a bodice. This is a bodice again by Alexander McQueen. It's the muscle bodice. He used also materials coming from nature. And this is also, I think, an open discussion of whether we have to use all these materials coming from nature, maybe killing some, like the butterflies earlier. I think this is a very interesting discussion for future fashion and dressing. So basically the main idea is to understand how the bodies are flawless, and they can open up to different ideas and concepts and interpretations, and of course open up our minds into new worlds about understanding fashion and understanding ourselves and our bodies through fashion. Thank you for your attention. Yeah, you wanna? Yeah, well, it's okay.
And so thank you for this beautiful exposition and projects. I suggest we do a round guided tour of the exhibition in the coffee break.
Of course,
right? So at 11.
Definitely, yes. So
great.
we can answer if you have some questions or you want to discuss something.
Okay, thank you very much for this fantastic presentation. I have got some questions, because we are bringing up not only the art project but also a set of questions that can be asked and thought through. So First question is, when you were doing this koi, you were rather working with dead matter, or first you grew it and then you kind of guided it into certain form first. So then it is like more concrete question. And then what do you think about this kind of art projects where the dress is grown? Yes, that and this can be done in different ways. It can be done like in the lab. In this like tissue culture and art project made their this miniaturized jacket that is called victimless leather, so that you can grow your own garment. Yes, and it can be done in also a different kind of setting, not in lab that is so kind of scientific space, but it can be done also in a more kind of home situation. For example, later I would maybe share more. One of my students, she graduated Academy of Fine Arts in Szczecin. She grew kombucha, this fungus, in order to create her own home. Yes, she made like a small tent, small sleeping bag. Yes, and she also made the dress. It was a very big kombucha, like 2 beds big, and she was, caressing it, and singing to it and giving food, tea with the sugar. So she grew her own, not only home, but also dress. Later it had to be dried out in order to make it. So at the defense, she was dressed, also in a dress from her kombucha that she grew. Yes, so then there are these, although it was already kind of more dead. Yes, it wasn't fully dead because there was also fully life. But then we are also entering into this kind of realm when we don't have really organism, but we have got living tissues and living matter that can create, the material for our garments. So I wonder, what are you thinking about, like growing clothes, growing garments, and in different settings, like, in a more kind of kinship situation, like with my ex-students, Klaudyna Szemlańska, or in this more kind of lab setting as tissue culture and art project. Thank you.
Well, I say the word that comes in my mind is symbiotic. It's symbiotic clothing. And the word alone, it's very inspiring. That
wouldn't you fear it? Like when I think, about such things, they are, yes, inspiring. But I also think about Venom from Spider-Man stories. Yes, that didn't have his a body of his own, but he was like a living garment. Yes,
that's a very interesting reference, actually. Here. Okay. Well, in a way, we were symbiotic in a way. Well, cotton. It's a natural fiber. Okay, it's not alive, but it's not alive because wood, it's still alive. would never die, even if it make the table. So I don't know. It's a question now, and now what came up, wool and babaki, the natural cotton, not wool, cotton is alive when we wear it. I don't know. Maybe we do it, but we don't think it with this way. So if we try to find new ways of thinking, maybe we find we do it. We have things in our way of living. We don't don't underline, and we underline others that was not so good for us and for the environment. It's a thought.
Maybe one way to connect things, we in the next projects, we want to actually do more outdoors work, and one of the things will be like building things, including maybe garments with organic things, but then doing a whole deep ecology work on co-evolving with a particular ecosystem, and then being part of that co-evolution with that ecosystem, its microbial fields, its own process of matter transformation. So maybe this addresses these questions. And when we do that development of things with a deep ecology framework of being completely part of the processes of an entire ecosystem that could be addressing some of this stuff. And anyway, thanks for. I think I find one metahuman aspect of the aesthetics is the amorphous part of the aesthetics, which I like very much. And thank you for the wonderful projects.
One last thing on what you were discussing. It is always a matter of symbolic choice. I mean, even when you're growing something, you can choose, for example, to kill it or not to kill it. She could be wearing it wet, for example. I mean, it really opens a very broad discussion on choice in relation to natural material or natural life, actually. So, yes, I believe it can also be very indicative for the relation of plants to human and non-human animals. Then it goes beyond the body, it goes beyond shapes, it expands to life itself. That's why I find it is quite fascinating, and you should go on with this project. Thank you. Thank you.
I'll ask you a little question on another level that deals with the parti pris of woman dressing. And you mentioned at the beginning the element of seduction. Could you expand on that a little bit? As far as the social decision of representation of the woman in that way, etc.
Well, I use the word of seduction not as symbolic to give the because we understand this word for human to human, but I wanted to use it symbolically to speak about the seduction of the connection with nature. So I try to sorry, απενοχοποιήσω. Well, sometimes I use in the window. Sometimes some people talk because say this is very sexualic. What you want to say? It's not. Why we say sexualic like something that is corrupted? Why? It's not corrupted. It's natural. So symbols above the years change, and we can remake it. So the lingerie scraps can make a figure and have these things a bit. It is catching the eye, a little socky, but it's not a lingerie. It's an ethereal figure. It's a spirit. It's a ghost. It's a wraith. It's a wraith of nature. It's a wraith of nature that is behind our dress. It's a blooming of life. Because if you don't be careful and care with the nature and the blooming dress, which can mean many things. It can mean maybe it's a coral iphalos under the water, coral valley, reef, coral reef, maybe it's many other things. But inside the skeleton, maybe is the widow behind. If we don't be a little more careful.
It makes me think of this feminist rewriting of the novel of the Beauty and the Beast called the Tiger's Bride.
The Tiger's Bride. Okay.
I don't remember her name. Carpenter. She's an American writer.
Tiger's
yeah.
Bride. That's
the Tiger's Bride. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Just one more thing. For the beginning of the conversation and the first question, we also have a catalog from an exhibition that I mentioned in the Metropolitan, and if you would like to have a look, and I believe that it kind of analyzes a lot all these issues about dressing and embodiment and the sustainable and a more sustainable kind of approach. And also, it definitely, I believe, kind of starts the conversation around this whole issue of killing or non-killing any kind of any organism, any form of life, in order to create something which would be definitely supremacist thing to do, actually. And so, if you would like to have a look, and we can also continue discussing later about it. Thanks.
Thank you. Now it's my pleasure to be introducing project partner Bodines Joros and long-term project partner Jean-Marc Matos from Cadence, who is, well, pioneering dancing technology in France through the company Cadence since many decades. So let's open up your presentations first. So first, let me know exactly.
Starts with a PDF called summary. That's right, summary is the first.
Is it this? No. This. Okay. No, not the stage. Okay. Thank you.
So hello everybody. Glad to be here. Happy to be present again in this third time during the forum, and being able to address online and offline a series of thoughts and ideas that I've been trying to put together in connection with, let's say, both my thinking on the world, the way it's going, the way technology is affecting us as inhabitants of this poorly damaged planet, and in connection on the other side with how I see the interconnections between choreographic approaches and the use of technology, and in particular the one that is taking place a lot nowadays in a fast-growing way, which is AI. So this is a little introduction of sort of a paper that I'm working on, which is made out of these 9 chapters I've been put together, just to give you a little picture of what is there. And today, in particularly, I will be kind of like putting my finger in my eyes on part 5 and 8 in connection with 2 recent works. So yeah, there are in the titles already kind of like a series of words to which I pay more and more attention to, whether it connects with the so-called vectofascism, comes from an expression invented by the artist called Gregory Chatonsky, who has a very fine analysis on the political aspect of how algorithms are reshaping our reality. The element of the combined conjunction of both the resistance and creativity, as far as the role of arts and institutions are concerned. Something I kind of tried to put together also, it's something about the opposition between the gentle cage of certainty as opposed to uncertainty, and utopian possibilities, standing for something which is neither utopian or dystopian, but in between, a space for the good. Questions around the words themselves as nature, culture, and non-human intelligences. Therefore, part 5 and 8 is the one I will be describing a bit more in details with 2 examples. The element of on part 6 of the element of how important it is to develop rationality and the politics of care that was mentioned yesterday in different aspects. On another element, which I will be actually working quite a lot in the next months, is what I call quantum reality and the rethinking existence of a network of relations again. And part 9, it's an inspiration given by poets and musicians as reality being the ultimate fiction. So this is just a little introduction of different parts of a work that we'll be working on. And as you can read, in a world shaped by rapid technological evolution, political instability, and ecological crisis, this text will explore our art, technology, and corporeal experience can serve as sites of resistance and reimagination. Set against the speculative horizon of total extinction, which I read puts it around October 22nd in 2031. I read those papers. Seems kind of like coming soon. It navigates the tension between dystopian fatalism and the potential for desirable futures in connection with everything that we're developing or trying to develop together with the project carried by Jaime and the Metahuman approach for a radical rethinking of, somehow, which is my point of view, of the possibility of coexistence, basically. Whether it will be possible or not, I don't know exactly, but to summarize everything, a lot of things that came out yesterday is as long as we can. So from that little introduction, maybe I will go on the next paper. I will not go through all the details because it will be like very kind of too long to decipher even the introduction to all of this, but we can make this available, of course, for reading and interpreting. So maybe I'll go directly now into the more detailed description of part 5 and 8 on the next PDF file.
This.
Yeah, abstract interpretation. That's right. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jaime. Yeah, so sorry for the little change. It's required by the technicalities of the system. So yeah, this is in fact the concentrated topic of this morning, which deals with two different elements. First, the technological failures and the poetics of the error on one hand, and feeling versus thinking as embodied knowledge. So this presentation, in fact, is based on two examples of two very recent pieces of the company, which have been developing. One is already kind of like in the process of almost being created, which, by the way, never ends. It's called FAIL. The AI stands for Artificial Intelligence. And the second one is Eternity, which is an ongoing new process of choreographic art making, presently done, and I will describe it as more of an installation. So, to summarize it, FAIL, on one hand, interrogates the poetics of error by engaging participants in an evolving dialogue with an eye trained with dance movements. It's not a generative system, it's a database that we have ourselves created, and I will explain later on how we did it. So to summarize it, as the AI attempts to recognize gestures, it oscillates between simplification and misinterpretation, exposing the limits of algorithmic perception while inviting participants to step beyond habitual movement patterns. So it embraces the limitations in what I call a triangle between the element of perception on one hand, interpretation, and confidence. Confidence, like, let's put it with another word, like trust. How much we can trust the machines, how much a highly trained machine can trust also. And these three elements are like the catalyst that challenge the illusion of digital perfection and control. On the other hand, Eternity is it's set as a speculative kind of like science. I call it science friction, where I have imagined a choreography where dancers are sort of embodying hybrid creatures, and it works thematically on the boundaries between mortality and digital immortality. So for that reason, we have used interactive choreography in that sense, haptic technology, which is under development, and mainly audience participation. So these two works sort of are challenging the presentations of the body in two different ways. Again, potentially fostering another fluid, relational, and exploratory engagement with movement and perception via audience participation. So drawing on the poetics of error, the 4E cognition, as you know, embodied, embedded, extended, and inactive, and phenomenology, this presentation highlights how these projects subvert technological determinism and propose new, effective, and relational modes of interaction between bodies and machines. So that, as far as the presentation in general is concerned, I will give you a little bit more of a details concerning these two pieces. For the FAIL project, to put it simply, besides what's written that you're able to read, I think, it works on the idea that a highly trained machine is supposed to be giving you always a true answer. And that is what I wanted to add, to question. So the way it works in this project is that when you're faced with a machine, if, let's say, your movement proposals are sort of part of a series of really basic, homogeneous, and symmetrical movements, the machine will respond with, let's say, a simplified version of your mirror image, which is nothing but almost a graphical representation of your double. What I say then is a body to be exposed, simply. Whereas under certain circumstances, is if you, as a user, as a lovely user, able to to project other ways of moving differently from the symmetry, from the alignment that we're most of us socially engaged into, then the machine starts to, so to speak, not understand quietly what is the truth, and it starts not trusting anymore the database has been trained with. And in response, it provides you with an answer which are kind of like a series of glitches, disturbances, and finally a complete transformation of the body image into something that can become in the end like almost an abstract painting. So it works on that. If the level of trust that the machine puts you into you is such that it recognizes something, it will give you a very simple, classical, determined representation. Whereas when the body is in another kind of situation, which I call a body to be experienced or to be, let's say, felt instead of just exposed, it will put you in a different state. So the idea is also to invite the audiences to get more into something that deals with a feeling or an internal projection of yourself through the invention of different movements than the ones you're used to. That's the project that Fails proposes to do. So a body to be exhibited versus a body to be explored. To put it very simply, technically speaking, this AI has been trained with a very high number of short videos. We have prepared a catalog of two large families of movements, one that concern what I call basics. After analyzing, deciphering movements that people may have in situations like in the street, waiting for a bus, visiting a museum, a large category of movements that are just like daily ones, which happen to be, in most of the cases, fairly symmetrical in terms of the angles that are produced, the position of the arms, or even if you crouch to the floor in a particular way, and versus another large family of movements which we have been working together with a performer, Evan Duguay, and the programmer, Clément Barbizon, where we have kind of twisted many of these daily movements to make it more disaligned, producing distortions, deconstructing their normality, the symmetry of them all. And what we have done basically is to propose many different people, children, adults, trained dancers, non-trained dancers, actors, visual artists, people of all sizes, ages, to reenact those little movements that we were proposing. And we have recorded up to 4,500 videos of that recordings. All of that has been put into the machine using a model that pre-existed, but we have been training it with our own database. And that's what creates something original about this way of using AI as opposed to use generative already pre-existing. There are two different fields of use of it. And by doing so, the system provides you, I will show you a little excerpt. The system, once you're facing with the two cameras, it provides you with two different layers of perception. One is given by the graphic representation of the body, as I was explaining before, and the other one is more based on words that are being proposed and diffused on the video. Those words are kind of like poetic transcriptions of both the way the machine interprets your proposal, bodily wise, but also are invitations for the audience to move in different ways. So they are actually correlated with the images and the music. So let me just at the moment show you a little bit of it's a short excerpt where you would see a performer enacting a semi-improvised performance. She has points of rendezvous, appointments throughout the space, and we entirely constructed the whole thing on the concept that the AI body is everywhere. So the scenography includes the computer where everything is being just machiné. It's the brain, the two cameras, the depth camera, the one that reads in infrared and the one that reads the anatomy of the body, are the eyes. The speakers in the room are the ears. Cables on the floor are kind of like the organs. And we worked also the dance according to this symbolic representation of the AI body being everywhere. And the way it works as an installation. So the audience is then invited to reenact their own perception, their own appropriation of the technical interactive set. Right. So one more thing is that whenever you perform, whenever you experience this installation, you will never happen to be doing or finding the same. So you can enact a specific movement, it will not automatically provide you with the same answer. So it continually changes, and it challenges also perception, memory, interpretation, and your own trust versus the machine trusting you or not, and your own trust. Okay, so I show the first little video. And here, you will see the excerpt has a performative quality. The images don't show the audience being able to use it, but at least it gives you an idea. With also the added part of my choreographic research is to be dedicated. That's already it starts. Yeah, that's the beginning. Can we make it big, perhaps? Nice, thank you. To go is maybe a big speed is being streamed. The image doesn't stop that way. Can we make it's not made that way. Can we make it try to see if once it went through it can be more smooth. Now it seems to be better. Not.
Yeah, the image should be fluid instead of streaming issues. You want to be projected locally. We'll do a local projection.
It's just nice to give you flavor of this.
We will do a local projection of the same video. Apologies for onliners. But this wasn't working very well either.
We tried it earlier. This morning. Decipher little variations of qualities of body states, very, very minute.
No, come over, come over. So let's put back the PowerPoint and you continue.
Yeah, when
Wait, okay, yeah.
yeah, when the performer is actually what we have discovered while making the piece is when she's at the very frontier between the space of perception of the two eyes of the of the machine. Many glitches appear, many elements of transformation of the images and the sound. That's why it's has this sort of broken kind of quality, and it enhances what I had mentioned as being the poetics of error, where new things can be explored, discovered, and felt by the audience. So, yeah. So now, following this fast description of the AI project called Fail, I will go quickly into the second project called Eternity, which is very different. Eternity is an installation. It's set. It is set not at all as a traditional form of presentation, but rather as a place to discover. The audience is invited to navigate, to meander in between the performers. Performers are set in sort of locally projected pieces of light in the space. That is to describe the general scenography. The dance that has been worked, the work work that has been done on the movement on these dancers, as I call them creatures, are informed by sort of a science fictional idea of themselves being immortal creatures coming from far away future. It's a science fiction idea. In a future impossible time where immortality has been invented, finally. But it had happened that for many different reasons that are not explained here or in the piece, these immortal creatures have become a danger. So they are sort of locked up in a zoo, in a place where entertainment, like a place that can be visited, and they have a very reduced time to continue existing before disappearing. And during that very short period of time, these sort of creatures, which apparently science fictionally have been like extremely sophisticated machines, are there to try for themselves to understand what a human emotion is. So I've been working a lot on how to move. If I was to say to you, if you were to be mortal, how would you move? That was the question that started out the whole choreographic research with the dancers. And we have come up with a series of methodologies for the invention of movement, which in our case induce a lot of slowness. And I like this idea, the slowing down. And it offers the audience is able to visit, meander, walk around, imagine what this world is about, is able to perceive another state of time and space by this very slow approach to the movement. And as the piece goes, as the scenario is built, we offer the audience a possibility to communicate with the creatures. So we have developed a whole set of an interactive set via tactiles, little tablets, where the audience can send signals to the creatures. They can communicate. They can send messages on their phones, and the creatures receive them as indication of what they have to do. And as the piece proceeds, as the scenario continues, and we are presently working on something which I find kind of really interesting, is it offers the possibility for the audience to really, so to speak, enter in touch with the creatures. So via haptic sensors, they will be able to maneuver or act upon, have some sort of agency on the environment, whether it's on the lights, on the images, or the sounds. And as the piece proceeds towards the end, I'm kind of opening up a little bit to the sort of like the surprise of the end is that they literally invite the audience to become themselves, dancers themselves. So the whole piece is just about under this chapter which I had named feeling versus thinking, is based on the idea of how to imagine a choreographic sort of installation where we take the audience little by little through a process of soft communication into themselves feeling what it is to move and what it is to be acting upon by the proximity with those creatures in the space. So for that, I have brought a little video, which I'm a little bit afraid will be giving the same results as we have seen. It's a bit of a longer video. It's about 8 minutes long, but
That's fine.
Let's try it. It's a first experimentation we've done with a set of people. And the video that I'm going to show is kind of like the result of a residency, experimental residency, where many different elements were being tried up as far as the communication between the humans and non-humans is concerned.
dans notre musée des immortels. Depuis très longtemps, nous vous attendions pour en savoir plus, pour ressentir quelque chose. Vous pouvez déambuler, circuler tout autour, vous approcher, observer notre attente. Toi, cher public, touche mon écran, active mon corps. Ravive mes mémoires, touche l'écran.
The sounds are a bit staggered by the streaming, and they're not as harsh. In this particular section, the audience is invited to help the creatures to reenact forbidden memories for when they had been immortal. They had been programmed with memories of daily actions. And the audience is able to reenact these memories in their bodies. But sharp diminution in time as the proceeds.
Avez-vous un opérateur? Quel est son nom?
The AI's powered set of the scenography
Un nom?
generates questions, so the creatures are asking the audience a series of questions.
Tends-moi la main. Touche-moi. C'est agréable. C'est ça, la peur. C'est ça, la colère. C'est ça, la douleur. C'est ça, danser. Now I have children of my own. They ask their mother, what will I be? Will I be handsome? Will I be rich? I tell them tenderly. Que sera, whatever will be, will be. The future's not ours to see. Que sera, what will be, will be. Que sera.
So that's the first tryout of this piece, Eternity, which raises a series of questions, and actually was done in Toulouse in December as part of the one of the sessions that are called Metabody Toulouse, which is like a sort of like a Toulouse-based antenna of the first European project we have developed with Jaime in the years between let's say 2013 and 2016, and from that time on I had created a little platform which allows to somehow disseminate the European-based project on the local level, and opens up to a series of residencies where we explore together with artists, invited technicians, programmers, thinkers, people from university, from different also artistic disciplines. I invite a lot of people coming from the theater, from the visual arts, to together experiment and develop new works. So Jaime is there maybe to disconnect this. It was not played in a very fluid way because it was being streamed. Jaime? So from that point on, I think it's been long enough. I played this video for a nice long duration so that you could almost feel this sort of other apprehension of time. But I found out that through slow moving, it offers the possibility for the audience to enter another body state, which is particularly connected with some sort of level of pleasure, to be out of the normal sort of state of time and space, and via which one can discover, find out things for himself or herself, and eventually find another connection with the technology being used. In this last project, the future extensions that I have in mind for the AI-driven scenography
is that a chatbot will be sending messages on both the telephones, the smartphones of the audience, on the tactile tablets, and will be also somehow cheating, sending messages that are not necessarily connected with what's going on. In other words, to also be provocative in terms of, again, the trust that we put in this advanced machinery. So this, without going too much in the theoretical aspects of these two projects, they're just part of the present presentation. As I said before, they encompass two parts of this much larger set of texts that are being under preparation for the near future. So thank you for your attention. I think this presentation, thank you. And whatever questions you have, I'm more than glad to answer and at your disposal. Please, any round of questions before we move on?
Okay, then again, I start once more. Thank you very much, Jean-Marc, for your presentation. I have got just like two questions, one per project. As we were discussing, also you were telling me something more about this failed project, this first one that you were presenting. So already I know that these algorithms are not self-learning. So we have got like the closed set, yes, of this recordings, the catalog and the videos. So I wonder why you say that each always will see something new. Do you mean that we will see always something new because of our limitations, because we will live too short and we won't be able to perceive all the variation, although it is a closed set? Maybe very, for sure, extremely large, but at the end of the day, not infinite. So this is the first question. And the second question on the Eternity project, I would like to ask how much this project is about this possibility of touch, you know, like mediated with tech in so nice and carry way, and until which extent it is on the dangers of remote control of the bodies and enacting foreign memories. So here I would think that this last song that was placed, Que Sera Sera, it like opens for whatever it will be. Yes, either it will be for good or it will be for bad. We'll see. Am I reading it correctly?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So yeah, as far as the fail project, indeed, it's closed in the sense that it's not using a generative machine. Things are not produced in real time. But we have found that with a database based on 4,500 videos, within the span time of the experimentation, the body of possibilities is so large already that not only within the time of the performance or the experimentation by the audience members, you will not at all have the time to explore all the possibilities. That's one thing. On the other hand, the model that has been trained is such that it statistically, within itself, recognizes a complete mix of fragments of pre-recorded movements which are in running in the model itself, which means that depending on your movement proposals, which are not set, which are completely improvised, it will trigger, as you could see, the words that were projected were different dimensions. When the machine recognized trust with trust what is being proposed, then the words are very large. When you're enacting a series of things that the machine cannot really recognize, and that's the whole point, it will give a complete mix, a cloud of words of different dimensions. So not only there are many of them, but also the size, the scale of the projecting words will change all the time. So in the overall feeling, you need to stay and participate in the experience for, like, I don't know, have not calculated, or with the programmer have not calculated, but it would take very, 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 very long to explore all the possibilities. So even within the fact that it's 4,500 and not 4,501 videos inside. That's the idea. A little anecdote: we have tried the system with children, and they tend to want to stay very, very long because they think they're going to explore it all, and it never happens. And that raises interesting questions, because then they come up to us and say, why I haven't not seen the same thing, and have I seen everything? So in fact, it triggers explanations that are very much connected with your question, Alexandra. Okay, so the question on the Eternity Project, there are two sub-questions in your question, the one about control. The way I see this haptic connection within this environment, which obviously it's a poetic environment, is that it's part of what I sense. It's an extension of what people as audience members can feel. There's so much that you can feel with your eyes, with your ears. And I have found that in many of these experimentations, the moment you start, the simple touch is not so much to offer the audience to have control on the images, on the sound and everything, but suddenly in the way the dancers themselves have been instructed, trained somehow, in the good sense of the word, they give something via the touch about what they are feeling, so for people to feel something that is connected in their own bodies. And I've experienced that already in other projects, and it's sort of like, from the point of view of the audience, again, an element of pleasure. Dance is such an abstract thing. It's not like theater. It has no words, it has multiple meanings. It's an immense world of complexity per se. And the moment there's a simple touch, a finger on a shoulder or two hands, whatever, it becomes as simple as a simple feeling. Or what we had described with Jaime in many of our methodologies of movement, some level of temperature of exchange. So for me, it's not so much a matter of giving control, even though it does provide a level of agency. It gives an excitement for people to experiment, but it's more on that level. And you were saying something about the second sub question about the end. Yes, so yeah. Okay, that's another interplay, because we picked up on a chosen set of activities in the daily life, like going to bed, having sex, cleaning your house, whatever. So we picked up on that, and it's like, from the scenography, from the scenario point of view, a way to bring the audience into experiment also how you transcribe bodily these activities, how you, in a way, that makes me think about this word that we've been talking about lately, abstraction. I use it in the sense of stylizing. Let's say if I take the memory image of just having to go to bed, let's say, there's one way to enact it is by doing the mimicking, by mimicking first degree. The moment you abstract it, you transform it into another form, which may have many more meanings than just the actual first degree mimicry of going to bed. It's a parenthesis on the verb abstracting, taking from, which is not reducing, obviously, and so. Yeah, again, in this sort of speculative science friction that is put forward, I like this idea that, and it's part of the scenario, that audience are being given the possibility to experience from within something that perhaps has been programmed in those incredibly developed machines that have been programmed about human emotions and with the ruins of memories of what they had been programmed with about human activity. So in a way, this project, also Eternity, it's about it raises questions about computed emotions. AI systems nowadays there are crazy people working on how to program emotions. So I want to play around that and turn it around into something both frictional and poetic and provocative. Because in this scenario, the machines, those creatures, are kind of like have this reduced span of time to try to understand, which they will never be able to, what it's a human emotion. So I've worked a lot on pleasure, anger, disagreement, fragility. And that is to say, perhaps, as a word of conclusion, that it's also part of a lot of what I'm trying to develop within this world of questions about the use of technology in the arts. It's working on elements of vulnerability, fragility, uncertainty, and all of these things that machines will never be able to be programmed with, like doubt.
Well, I would, for first, I find the creatures very interesting idea and concept. It's sometimes maybe become creatures in our private spaces because we in a place who some don't see us, the people don't see us. We may become more free or more not free.
Or not free.
Not free. Anyway, it's very interesting that the visual of the creatures, the movement, the visual movement, was very highly optic, not optic, optic to the spectator. And I suppose if you are there, this sense is heightening. There might be something I had reading from Palasma's book, Eyes of the Skin, how the eye can touch because it's all connected to our biology, to our nervous system. So these thoughts come and combine with the work of the creatures. And I have a question.
Sure.
In this project, we see that the song, the music was given. Is any experimentation that the creatures choose their song? Is that has a different data? Because that's my question.
Yeah. Well, you're talking about the last song that is being played, or the music in general in the piece?
In general,
no, the music in the piece is correlated with the whole system of projection of lights and videos. In fact, so well, there are different layers. There are some pre-recorded material. The ones are connected with the information that is given on the tactile tablets, and versus the music that is being played in the environment. And there are, again, plenty of little transformations that are based on how people interact. So on that level, the sound production is not generative, is again using a big database. And the way the project now is going is that and it's part of the next steps, is that the creatures will be producing sounds which will be transformed via the sound system of the scenography. And again, there will be kind of attempts for them to, again, communicate something. At the moment, the voices that you heard are the questions that they address to the audience. And those also could be transformed. At the moment, they're pre-recorded. They're like poetic transcription of what they wanted to address. And they ask the audience, where have we been built? Or are you able to see this amount of constellations? The ocean is all part of ourselves. All of that is part of, at the moment, of pre-recorded material, which takes place depending on the actions, depending on the reactions of the creatures versus the audience, and also on the other side, how the audience themselves react to the creatures. So it's like a circular type of communication system.
Thank you so much.
Well, that's, yeah.
So now can you please call Jaime? Evie, where is Jaime? So we have to cancel the next presentation, I think. That's really very bad. So let me again reintroduce myself while I bring up my presentation. So because this is the final activity of the Bodinet Horos project and I am coordinator, I wanted to share the second presentation my own research on the chorus. A very synthetic presentation of the research on the chorus I've been doing throughout these years. So this will be the subject for today. Let me just open. So for those online in the future, my name is Jaime Jaime Del Val, coordinator of the Bedonit Horos project and the Metahuman Futures Forum, co-organizer, promoter of metahumanism, and so forth. So let me bring out the presentation. Oh no, not this one. Not this one. PDF. Okay. Let me also see for later on if I can open the images separately. No. This maybe. Yeah. Well, okay. So this will be a very, very synthetic condensation of my own research on the chorus that is actually coming up. So in this afternoon, actually no, in the next session after the coffee break, we will be presenting the second volume of my trilogy onto hackers, which should be out any of these days before the end of this month. Actually, it should have been coming out, but anyway. and there's 90 pages, very dense pages of this volume, which are dedicated to the chorus, right? So all of what I'm going to say in a very synthetic form is much more elaborated in this large section of this volume that is about to be available any of these days online. I'm going to focus on some specific aspects of this enormous research that actually I will hopefully be continuing for the rest of the time before I completely disappear as a gatherer in the desert. So we will later explain the deeper meaning of these ideas, the taming of Dionysus and the extinction of dance. So I will first expose the five major statements that I will then go a bit more in detail. So one of them is the core role of disaligned. Well, first of all, let me say this major statement is the core role of choral dance as foundational of human societies, but not even just human societies. We will see also of non-human societies. So collective moving, singing, right, as foundational of collectives of any kind in the animal kingdom, with a continuum that spreads from the non-human, like in the flocking of birds, into tribal dances in Paleolithic human societies. And then we will see how this evolves in the Neolithic and up till today towards what I call the extinction of dance. But so throughout all this period, collective moving, singing has been, I propose, the actual foundational and underestimated, actually ignored cornerstone of societies, human and non-human, rather than say the whole narrative. You know, this whole bias on narrative and verbality has been part of human supremacist constructs. I claim that the real spine of human societies has been collective dancing together, collective moving and singing together, often without narrative of any kind. On the issue of dance itself and choral dance as foundational, I am not the only one proposing this. There's a couple of more people proposing this, not so many. For example, dance archaeologist Josef Garfinkel, who has set the framework that is now taken on by other people for archaeology of dances since the Neolithic particularly, but I will focus on this as a particular evolution within a broader picture. And then there's historian William McNeill, who has this book on beating together in time, the concept of muscular bonding, where he also exposes this moving together in synchronic form as foundational to societies. But so I will frame these theories of Garfinkel and McNeill as just exposing one part of the much broader field of possibilities, because they all focus just on mostly what I call aligned dances. So metric synchronicity and unison movement, which I think was an invention peculiar to the Neolithic. We will see for what reasons, right? And it's just part of a much broader evolution. So I do bring into that field of research specific new criteria for understanding much broader possibilities of how collective movement can happen beyond synchronicity. So let's say, chronologically, we start from the idea of disaligned choral dance, which means non-synchronic, non-metric, non-unison collective movement as a central element of non-human and pre-agrarian human societies, which I call co-moving societies. This echoes actually with some of the concepts of David and Sophie, who also speak about co-motion. But we will later come back to this contrast of co-moving societies in the non-human and human realm versus societies articulated at a visual distance through gestures and signs, right? And so co-motion, I think, is a much broader spectrum that I think is one of the things we need to regain. Co-sensing, co-moving, co-becoming in motion, rather than articulating relations at abstractions at a distance, right? So co-moving societies and we will see how the disaligned aspect relates to that, inevitably, is a central element for, well, millions of years of evolution of non-human and human societies, right? Then we have, I will just synthesize the main points, then we can come back to them. Then we have the emergence of aligned choral dances as core element in emerging aligned societies since the Neolithic, where instead of moving together in differential manner, we have articulations of relations at a distance through gesture, signs, and then the imitative element comes up. This is something that will have to need further research in connection to many theories about the long history of imitative magic, of imitating animals through dance. There's an enormous field here to explore, understanding how imitation came to be at all. I address this a bit more in depth in this book, in the whole long section on the chorus. So then we have the gradual disappearance of the centrality of dance. So going back to the earlier point, actually Josef Garfinkel, this archaeologist of dance, claims that in the early Neolithic, before the great establishment of states and nations, kingdoms and empires, the central element for cohesion of society was the choral dance. And this, I will show later depictions you find in that period, 8,000 years ago, 6,000 years ago, in that early period, depictions in pottery. And he claims that later this waned already in the Neolithic, like say 5,000 years ago, 4,000 years ago. This was already waning. The importance of the centrality of choral dance as the structural element of the society was gradually substituted, according to Garfinkel, through other modes of creating social cohesion in these highly aligned empires and nations and states, kingdoms, through work, bureaucracy, architecture, and so forth, right? But so there was this earlier period where it was the dance that was having that role, but it was the aligned dance that you also see in pottery, where bodies seem to be performing the same movement. So then there is this gradual disappearance of the centrality of dance as other forms of social cohesion take over: work, bureaucracy, slavery, architecture, textuality, of course, literacy, and later on machines of different kinds. Earlier, kinds of machines to, of course, modern machines, which are today choreographing us. And so this is part of what I call the extinction of dance. In that process, disaligned dances got domesticated. This is what I call the taming of Dionysus, as an escapism, along with the professionalization of dance, so where no longer everyone was dancing it, and the emergence of the spectacle, where actually the Greek process of taming Dionysus into Greek tragedy in the theater was, for me, a very crucial nodal point of the story. Because this privileged example of the ancient Greek chorus is so interesting and so rich, obscure and difficult to research at the same time, because there's a multitude of research on this, but it's always very obscure by necessity because the sources are uncertain and it's very difficult to reconstruct how the chorus was already in tragedy in the theater, and much more difficult to reconstruct how it was before as a ritual, right? But there is a fairly established consensus that there was, before the chorus got tamed and captured in the theater, it was just the chorus as a ritual. So just the people dancing it. It was the central element, and the tragedy was first just this chorus, and then it got split into the actors, the narrative, and so forth. By the way, something similar had happened in Egypt 1,300 years before, with the emergence of Egyptian theater, linked to Osiris, which was a similar deity to Dionysus in several respects. So this is a very complex and interesting issue of this emergence of the spectacle through the capturing of ritual dances where everyone was dancing. So, and then this gets split in a number of spectacular relations. while I will later go back to this issue of the domestication of the disaligned dance, which keeps existing as an escapism, as a valve, as escape valve. And lastly, in between this, before we reach the final point of the claim for the return of the disaligned chorus that I propose for a planetary politics of regeneration and rewilding, back to co-moving societies, co-evolving societies. In between, of course, we have the increasing waning of dance as an escapism and as a professionalized spectacle up till today, where you have, we go clubbing, some of us, maybe Saturday evening, but it's just that activity in a highly capitalized setting of clubbing and so forth, and very mediated by choreographies of the video industry, which is a highly also, standardized capitalistic production of globalized, what I call pan-choreographic dissemination of standardized choreographies. That would be a whole other talk. And then, of course, also how professionalization kept growing and growing. So what has been increasingly then choreographing the social has been machines more and more. So from early machines in the agrarian empires, through, of course, the massive onset of industrialized mechanical machines in the last couple of centuries that have been choreographing everything with transportation and all sorts of machines in the house, in the industry, to current digital machines, which choreograph us. We become bodies just clicking on screens and mediated by opaque algorithms which program our perceptions. So in that process, we see a radical waning of dance as a co-moving, as an emergent co-moving field, right, for articulating the social, to its radical disappearance as an escapism and as a spectacle. And instead, we get choreographed by more and more complex and opaque machines in an algorithmic becoming. Okay, let's look at this in a bit more detailed form. So I will be showing here some, it's an enormous thing, and I could devote many hours to this, so I will be quickly just sharing some core ideas. So these are, for example, rock art depictions of collective dances, presumably, of course, this is all quite obscure, but presumably ecstatic trance dances from Levantine Spanish art, which is a very rich tradition of rock art in Spain, the Iberian Peninsula, the Levante, where, of course, there are subjects of contention whether some of these are dance scenes, but there is recognition that some of them are, and that they are probably some kinds of trance dances. In a transitional period between gatherer-hunter communities and early agrarian communities. And there's a lot of research about, what the role of the animals appearing here mean, and then the different kinds of alignments and the genders of the figures and so forth, and the phallic figures and the, so an enormous amount of research just on this kind of Levantine Spanish art and their dance representation. In any case, as you can see here, one could speak mostly of a non-completely aligned dance. You don't have a completely circular geometry of the dance. Of course, the actual painting itself is on a rock. It's itself an uneven medium, right? And the painting could not be said to be a representation. It probably had its own magical power. So the idea of representation as a very modern invention, we should try to discard when we think of this, right? So this, of course, interpreting this is itself highly complex. But in any case, I suggest the idea that it would be maybe wrong to try to find synchronic geometries of alignment and metric synchronicity in these particular dances. Instead, here, let me see if I can zoom in. Oh yeah, so I don't need to go back to the other. Excellent. So here to the right, instead, you have emergence of these highly aligned depictions of mostly circular dances, probably, that appear since the 6th millennium before the current era, more or less, in the area of current Iran, and the Levant, so the area of current Palestine, Syria, and so forth. Later Mesopotamia, Egypt, and so forth, but waning already, according to Garfinkel. These are images from Garfinkel's research, who has put together an enormous amount of imagery, waning already in the fourth millennium. So imagine, it was a couple of millenniums, a very long time ago, where there was an outburst of depictions of this type of rather aligned dances, where the medium itself is aligned because it's pottery. So the pottery medium is itself circular, and you have also the circular dance emerging together with the circular medium, right? So look at this. In contrast to the ones to the right. Now, here we go a bit further down. This is extremely interesting. The ones down here, which are also rather disaligned in my view, are not from early pre-agrarian, but these are rock paintings from the San people, the gatherer hunters in South Africa. The fascinating thing is that these people are still existing, not in the South Africa country, but in Kalahari Desert. These are rock paintings from the South African San, which are no longer having their lifestyle. But some of these paintings could be over 2,000 years old. So it's fascinating to have gatherer-hunter culture of the San who still have their trance dance today in some areas in Kalahari, but who have fascinating, fabulous rock art from thousands of years ago that show the trance dance of the San. And the trance dance in the San has a central, absolutely central role in the structuring of the society. It's a healing dance. It's a dance where complex knowledges are shared. Cosmology, the cosmology of the San is activated in a very deep and complex way. And the picture itself, of course, had their also magical meaning. It was not meant as a representation of the dance. It was an extension of the dance, like they were to be touched, for example, right? Although, of course, all of this research is, again, quite obscure. But since there has been recent research on the still existing trance dances, one can see that, and you can easily find maybe not very trustworthy videos on YouTube, but if you look at modern videos of the dances of the still existing San people, you will easily recognize that they don't have a homogeneous pattern of movement. Each body moves slightly differently, and everybody participates in the dance, children, women, elderly, and so forth. Now, interestingly, also in some of the San communities, almost everyone in the community acts as a shaman in the trance dance, unlike communities where the shaman is a centralized figure. So this whole set of things connects to some emergent research in anthropology that speaks about the connection between the disaligned nature of the dance and the flexibility of the society itself. So, for example, how gender gets enacted through the dance, in the dance itself, in a flexible form, as opposed to how gender gets enacted in a capitalistic environment of extractivism, for example, right? So how the dance itself is the organizing node of the society for transmitting knowledges, not necessarily narrative knowledges, but actually rhythmic knowledges, embodied knowledges, and structuring of flexible roles within the society, cosmology, and so forth. Ecological knowledges. So this can be seen still in the disaligned dances of the San people. So rock art is itself a fascinating field for research of both recent gatherer-hunter societies and much older ones, in contrast to the pottery of agrarian cultures with their highly aligned dances. Which most research, however, has just focused on aligned dances. It seems like researchers have not been able to think till today the possibility of considering dance in a non-synchronous way, which is, of course, what I am proposing in the meta-humanist perspective. The possibility to think collective dancing completely beyond the idea of rhythmic synchronicity. This will connect now to some important concepts. So, okay, we had seen already. So the emergence of homogeneous synchronous rhythms as foundational of the dominant human societies. This appears also in Plato, where the chorus is fundamental humanizing and educational technique that you find in the laws. Aligned dances as the foundation of the disaster. Okay, so now technique stands for us, homogeneous techniques, say algorithmic techniques, mechanical techniques stands for us, and we are immobile. This is the dance extinction, which comes along the extinction of life. So the extinction of dance as co-moving, emergent sociality came along the extinction of life on Earth, the mass extinction. So we've seen this already before. So this is a little diagram for this process where you have on top the non-human flocking and swarms as part of this continuum of collective movement singing, right? Rich expressions of collective movement, swarming, flocking behaviors. Then you have the pre-agrarian gatherer-hunters, of which the San are such an amazing expression because they have this continuity till today with rock art from thousands of years ago. And then you have the agrarian aligned dances in early agrarian periods. And then here we are, below, we're still here 4,000 years ago. We're still in this little part here where agrarian kingdoms, states, and empires, there is where we start to have the waning of dance as central to collective. It still is central. It is very important. So the Greek chorus, the centrality, because this is unique. So there's a lot of study of this subject of the Greek chorus, and it's so unique because there's a lot of depictions of it, there's a lot of evidence, but there's a lot of consensus that it was quite uniquely strong in Greece, unlike in some other cultures of the period, and especially after Greece. So there's a large consensus that much more than in Egyptian cultures and in other cultures of that time, choral dance was absolutely central to Greek society. And again, you see this even in Plato, where although we will see, if we have time, the tension there between disaligned and aligned dances. I will refer to it briefly. This is subject to a longer talk. So Greece was an example of an already very mature agrarian empire, so to speak, where dance was still absolutely central to the society. And after Greece, this disappeared. So the Roman Empire was completely despising dance. It's as different from the Greeks. So this was the last major moment where dance was central, right? Now, it was, of course, the spectacle was maybe not born, but in Greece, you have something similar happening in Egypt longer before, but it happened for sure in Greece in a very significant form with the architecture of the theater, which I call always the taming of Dionysus, because the theaters were built around the circular places where ritual choral dances were danced. Right, so there was the actual architecture was an outgrowth of the chorus. And this was the birth of the spectacle up till today, right? So, of course, the genealogies here are immensely complex, but I want to highlight one. So there's always since then a colonial aspect of appropriation in this whole story of how the disaligned dance starts to get associated to barbarians, to non-civilized people, to the animal, right, the non-human. This was clear also in the Greek period, where you have the more ecstatic frenzy of Dionysian dances, of the mad dances of Maenads that were actually existing as an existing cult in the Parnassus in Delphi, where the Theades were an actual Menadic cult that had the frenzy ecstatic dance in the top of the mountains as the most radical expression of the Dionysian cult, possibly. Now, this is meant, since just following different scholars since the 19th century, like Erwin Roth, to be appropriated from the Thracians, which were people colonized by the Greeks in the north, in Thracia, right? So you have already then a colonial appropriation of rituals from people considered barbarians by the civilized Greeks of the time, which were, however, becoming part, and you see the complexity of that in Plato's account of the Dionysian dance as something that he felt was extremely problematic, that had to be regulated intensively. In some part of the law, he says it has to be out of the ideal city. In other parts of the laws, he says we need to keep it there as part of our non-human, past, but it's something that has to be kept under many regulations, right? So we have this appropriation of something considered non-civilized, but which still is felt as necessary as some sort of escape valve or background to distinguish ourselves from. But the ideal choral dances for Plato would be rather the more circular geometric patterns of movement through which we bring orderly motion in the bodies. This is the fundamental educational technique for Plato, which speaks about the centrality of choral dance as the major educational technique, but also this tension between the aligned and the disaligned dances, right? This colonialism you find later when you find the dances of African slaves merging with Afro-Americans, becoming the substrate through jazz of the entire globalized pop culture of today, appropriated through a massive capitalistic production machine. But what we hear everywhere, the rhythms underlying that, come from this appropriation of the rhythms from the African slaves, largely. Of course, a complex genealogy, right? So in the process, of course, we have dance becoming spectacle, escapism, relic through folklore, or somatic practices for discipline and health, for example. But of course, it's not anymore this central element for the structuring of the society as a flexible, co-moving field of emergent co-moving motions. Although in some still existing, very marginal, still existing tribal and indigenous dances of today, this still can be found. So this is just, well, I think I will soon be trying to conclude because otherwise, I need to show you some of the diagrams I've been creating for this. So I've been putting together many images of dance. This is a diagram around ancient Greek dance. In the center, you have images from the 6th to the 4th century, which is where most of the depictions of the ancient Greek choral dances. I want to say that almost all dances that one finds, with some exceptions in ancient Greek depictions, are choral. Not all. But, so in the lower part, you have the more disaligned ones with the Dionysian ones and the komos. The komos was another, it's more prevalent in the 6th century. The komos was an orgiastic festive dance following symposia and so forth, nomadic, without script. The Dionysian dance, you see more depictions emerging since the late 6th century and up till the 4th century mostly. Some of these I took the pictures myself in the museums in Athens and Berlin. This is a wonderful, for example, you can't see it here very well, a vase that you have in the Berlin Museum with Maenads dancing. So this was an actually existing cult, but some other scenes are mythological because you have Dionysus himself with a cohort of satyrs and Maenads, which is the so-called Thiassos. Thiassos, like you have the Thiades, which was the Menadic cult in the top of the Parnassus in the Delphi. It was part of the Delphi sanctuary. Thiades, Thiassos, this has to do with the verb theos, which means a very, what would be the word, a kind of very, it's a kind of movement that is very, help me with. No, I don't know, maybe I didn't pronounce this properly, but it's a kind of very excited movement, right? So this is linked to this whole excited cult of ecstatic dancing. So the Dionysian dance, the cult, was based mostly just on the dance. So the ecstasy was linked just to the dance, dancing till ecstasy, right? Unlike other types of ecstasy techniques. So you have endless depictions of Dionysian scenes, some of them more mythological, some of them, however, may be more referring to actual cults of the Maenads, right? And of course, you get them also much later on, until the Roman period, and then even in later resurgences of these depictions. But there's interesting also to look at the forerunners of this, and you have like, you know, we mentioned already before the pre-agrarian disaligned dances, trance dances, where you have also this more vertical movement of the bodies, as opposed to this more circular movement in the aligned dances emerging in the Neolithic. So the genealogy I trace as also movement philosophy genealogy for the aligned movement is the movement of the planets that also Plato claims as the intelligent soul of the world. This was, of course, coming in the Neolithic with the preoccupation with the seasons, the analysis of the movement of the planets. But another genealogy for the study of movement in pre-Socratic philosophy was the vortex, which is the study of the flows, the water flows. And there's a wonderful archaeologist last century, Luis Siret, who was analyzing how all the spiral designs one finds in pottery and in other forms. You have these wonderful pans in the Athens Museum, which are from 5,000 years ago from the Cycladic culture. You don't see them very well in this image. I will jump to the other. Well, all right. Spiral designs, which then became like more geometric, linear in the geometric period in the 8th century, were part of their naturalistic study of the flows of water. Water meant as the soul of the world, as the intelligence of the world, right? But this you find also this spiraling movement in animal bodies, right? And this is what you see often in Dionysian dances, where every body is moving. You don't have a synchronic metric repetition of aligned movements, unlike in these other dances here on top, where you have more aligned bodies, which, by the way, also the theater chorus, where there's not very many, but there are a few depictions of theatrical choruses, which are identified mostly by the masks, often full body animal masks, amazing alien animal masks. The theater chorus was mostly synchronic and aligned. It was choreographed. So there's a big shift there from the Dionysian ritual dance to the highly choreographed theatrical chorus. So this is just for tracing some of the endless genealogies that one can find in this diagram. So on top, the more aligned dances emerging in the Neolithic with the circular accounts of movement. Below, the more ancient, probably, I suspect, vertical movements, imitating animals, possibly in the early stages, flows, and so forth, and how this, through Minoan cultures, for example, you have here the Minotaur, in the coins of Crete, and the labyrinth. The labyrinth was supposed to be also representing the movement of life, the movement of water. Right? And the Minotaur dancing in the labyrinth. And you have this vortex of the Minotaur body itself, which is so close to also these ecstatic Dionysian figures, right? So anyway, interesting is, in any case, to understand the complex interrelations of these more aligned and less aligned types of dances, and how the Dionysian one became very prominent, actually, in a very advanced stage of this ancient Greek evolution in the 4th century, like in Plato's time and so forth. It was precisely the time where the chorus that existed in Athens, the choruses were mostly only Dionysian, because earlier there were for many deities, right? Every cult was about dancing, fundamentally. But by the time, and Plato instead was claiming that there had to be a return to choruses of more different kinds, of Apollo, of the Muses, and then also the Dionysian one, but very regulated, right? Okay, you have this going on, this taming of the Dionysian dances, an escape valve within a more complex society, and how also it gave rise to the spectacle of the theater. you have this running till today almost. So in the Roman period, you have many still Dionysian scenes, but Romans were much more skeptical about dance. But you have, of course, the carnival in the medieval ages, many other expressions of ecstatic dances that were more banned, like Sabbath dances, the whole fascinating terrain of death dances, and of the dance manias, these madnesses of dance that happened in the Middle Ages. Each of them is an incredibly complex field of study. And since the Renaissance, you have the re-emergence of, well, more nostalgic, say, depictions of ancient bacchanales and so forth. Up to, say, modern raves as another kind of ecstatic dance, but which keeps having, in my view, an escapist role. It is not central to the organization of the society, I suspect. So anyway, let's try to finalize soon. These are all images I took in Athens and Berlin from different, and so here you see how the komos was more prominent in the early 6th century. The thiassos was more prominent as depiction, the Dionysian scenes since late 6th century till middle 4th century. But before and after that, you have more circular dances in the 8th century, 9th century humming, and then also later on, you have more predominance of more aligned circular dances. Right? But these are beautiful imageries. It's a fascinating field of study, and a rather endless one. This is another important, these are also all taken by me in the Athens Museum, where you see the evolution from the spiral vortex movements in the early Cycladic culture and Minoan Mycenaean culture, up to their becoming geometric and linear in the geometric period, so-called, in the 8th century, where actually the svastika is an evolution from the vortex, right? This happens actually almost ubiquitously. And the theory of this Belgian archaeologist, Ricidet, is that this was all linked to a study of the flows of water. And they have in the 7th century more vague animal and human forms, or animal-human-animal forms, but often like in these gorgons here, like also vertically dancing somehow, and then more and more realistic human forms. So this evolution from vortexes of a naturalistic study of water through the vortexes of animals, which were also mimicking or taking on the movement, the intelligent movement of water, up to movements in human bodies, and then more static ones as well. Okay, again here, difference between more aligned and more disaligned dances. Here you have an interesting collection of images, circular pottery. So the circular dance depicted in circular pottery, right? The medium and the dance going together as an epochal geometric becoming of movement and perception. But of course, there are very different kinds of dances here. Like this is a phenomenal kind of, this you have in the Athens Museum. This is a komos scene. Look at the incredible disaligned dance you have here, right? But some of them are more aligned. This is the famous one from Berlin, where you have the Maenads dancing in a disaligned form, whereas others are more aligned circular dances. So this issue of returning to co-moving societies. Now, I want to mention this important book, which is unfortunately it's only in German. Well, I read German, but if, hopefully it will get translated. So it's Stefan Donath wrote this thesis on what he called protest choirs, making a whole very long, complex elaboration on the how to read modern protests like happened at the time of 15 years ago, Occupy movements, Arab Spring, Indignados in Spain, this massive, very nomadic kinds of strong mobilizations through the trope of the chorus. A chorus is something that means mobilizing something very open and indeterminate, which is creating its own space-time. It's a field in itself. So the chorus in ancient Greek meant three different things: the space of the dance itself, and the group dancing. So it's a field conception. And so it's an open conception of field forming, and how this allows to read this modern protest movements in a highly complex manner. So now I take this in my own way as trying to think of politics of the chorus in the sense of, well, I wonder whether we can even still have this kind of movement, which seems no longer happening, this kind of mass mobilization. This should be itself a matter of analysis. But given the upcoming collapse that some of us see, I speak about a different politics of the chorus becoming flock again as a rewilding for a earth regeneration, right? And bringing back the centrality of choral dance, this flexible, disaligned choral dance as the source for flexible, disaligned societies that where the flexibility of each individual body's movement is connected to the flexibility and plasticity of the collective and the relation of that collective to the environment. So the individual, the collective, and the environmental are part of the same issue. And it's all connected to movement plasticity, to the regaining of proprioceptive plasticity, through which you connect to others, not by mimicking others, but by moving with the fluctuations of others, which as we practice in the disaligned movement practices that we promote in the Body Net Choros project, in the Metabody project, and in the future hopeful evolution of that. So this will also be researched further as the complex embodied knowledges that happen in choral dance beyond beyond, say, narrative dance. Here you see the actual rock painting of this fascinating trance dance, which may be over 2,000 years old, although some people still practice this. So the types of knowledge I will suggest to explore in the future is not just narrative and ritualistic, but also the actual rhythmic kinesthetic knowledge, which creates a particular kind of vibrancy and togetherness in itself through the rhythm and the movement, as a core kind of embodied knowledge. And then how this, as a movement plasticity, is also an environmental knowledge, as a way of dwelling, finding food, kinship, social bonds, and so forth, but based on kinesthetic relations, not on narrative or abstract knowledge of any kind. So these are already future lines of further research, right? Now, the idea that aligned and disaligned dances as linked to aligned and disaligned societies, the plasticity continuum hypothesis, the more plastic sensory motor relations linked to more plastic connection to oneself, others, and the environment, into more diverse, egalitarian, and ecological societies, right? Versus the more aligned ones. So it all goes together. It's a radical movement philosophy approach to understanding fields of movement through their degree of alignment. Now, symbiotic entrainment is another concept I am proposing also in this book that we'll present later, but which will also be researched further in the future projects, which is precisely about understanding. So there's a lot of research going on in the last decades about synchronic entrainment. This is a very large topic in cognitive sciences. Entrainment is like the coming together through predefined plans where there's a synchronicity happening. It seems like researchers have been unable to think togetherness beyond metric synchrony, which I find rather tragic. So I'm proposing here a rather, as far as I know, new framework for understanding movement, which is beyond the existing fields of trying to understand it just by predefined plans and metric synchronicity. It's the type of practice we practice in the disalignments. So it's not about the intrinsic fascism, I find, of a unison homogenization, but about how the internal fluctuations of a body connect with the fluctuations of other bodies like we experience in the disalignments, right? And how that creates a cohesion, a very deep cohesion, but which is extremely open, where there's an extreme amount of unpredictability in how the flocking of the field of movements can evolve. There's no predefined plan, there's no predefined pattern. So redefining social cohesion through non-imitative movements towards more diverse societies and biodiverse ecosystems where individual plasticity equals collective plasticity and equals ecological plasticity. So relearning to co-evolve with the ecosystems through a regained richness of embodied experience for plastic sociality and deep ecology. So this will be a major source of research for the next project. I think we can leave it here. There are many more diagrams. I will just run quickly through them while you maybe have your questions. Let me see if these, for example, This will be mostly all in the new book, and the ones that are not in the book, because there were too many, will be in extended materials in the website and also for the project materials online. But the research, the ecstatic, the aligned and disaligned, the whole vortex genealogy of movement, like here also you connect it to dresses, to flamenco dresses, to the veil dances, to how the movement of the dress. And see, there are endless genealogies here. Like, for example, I think one of the major genealogies of dress was actually as for the dance. So not for so much for covering oneself, for protecting or so forth, but as adornments, as musical instruments, like shells that you wear for dancing, as adornments like masks, body masks for the dance. And this should be, I think, researched further as a crucial genealogy of dress altogether. Which is linked to the enormous topic of masks. The masks is something that stems from the chorus. Now, I suggest further in this book that the chorus can be traced as the source of almost everything in our societies, but particularly one can say of all the arts. It's as if all the art disciplines became outgrowths splitted from the primordial moving chorus. So of course, one can see this in the dance, theater, and so forth, but even in plastic arts, where you have, for example, here, you don't have it here. Well, here you have more the architecture, for example, the architecture of the theater becoming an outgrowth of the actual moving chorus, right? And how this evolves later on into the modern theater through perspective and so forth. And how also the chorus was a political entity, right? And you have this coming back with modern assemblies, but in the meantime, it became a parliament of sitting bodies talking to one another. But in the Occupy movements, you have the return of more nomadic kinds of assembly politics, right? So for me, all the architectures of our societies are just outgrowths of this dynamic moving chorus. And equally plastic arts, for example, like first you have the mask and the painted body dancing, and then this becomes externalized in temples and in imagery and in statues, and then in paintings of different kinds, right? So you can read how this externalization of the chorus may be traced to almost every expression one can imagine. And of course, the different kinds of dances, how they have been evolving to today. You have these diagrams in the book that is about to be out. So for example, let's look at some of them. You have work dances, you have the funeral and religious dances related to cosmic dances in the empires. Of course, this has different genealogies from the pre-agrarian to agrarian and imperial dances. You have the whole theatrical and spectacular. You have the emergence of distinction between court and popular dances and how this evolves into social dancing. And there you have how the war dances since early agrarian and maybe the much earlier hunting dances become then later also military parades of sorts, but of course much more aligned, much more fascist in their unison metric movement, right? But of course the disaligned has kept existing in the tribal world and also domesticated as an escape valve in the aligned societies as well. But then, I think that's not enough. We need to regain the ecstatic, not as an escape valve, but as an ongoing substrate for more open kinds of sociality. Just a final word. Also, the architectures would be another major source of study, because I think all kinds of architectures are outgrowths of moving bodies, but we can find the extremely varied kinds of non-human architectures for an inspiration for future working on together on possibilities of inhabiting the earth in less disruptive form. How the movements of the bodies have been creating not just garments, but architectures for dwelling of very different kinds, but often very linked to the actual dances that you find in the non-human animal world. Like, for example, some nests are linked to the mating dances. So there's a very interesting connection there between animal, non-human architectures and non-human animal dances, as they have been described by ethologists since over a century. So I advocate for a return of the disaligned chorus, like we practice in the disalignment workshops since 15 years at least. This was in Chile, one of the first ones I gave in 2010. But my model is the actual flocking of non-humans. This is the ultimate. So where the flock is not just happening part of the day, it's not just. So in tribal cultures, every important aspect of life has its dance, but it's even there, it's partial. The flock is dancing, so to speak, dance now in a loose term of rich kinesthetic experience, also sound, all the time. The flock is never stopping to dance, right? So I advocate to bring dance back, I mean, this rich kinesthetic experience into every single moment of life by reinventing, of course, every single aspect of how we live in this rewilding process. So this was part of, just a small part of my research on the chorus in the BodyNet Choros project. And we can, well, there's more things we can say, but we're long over time. So just please feel free to ask whatever you want before we go to the coffee break. Thank you.
Thank you. I wonder just about this element of circularity. To what extent the gathering around the fire has been part of the circular manner, whether it's for ritualistic reasons or simply for very practical reasons of gathering together for the heat, for protection, for example.
It's certainly one of the possible things, although funnily enough, of course, this would provide potentially a much earlier, but funnily, if you see the still existing dances around the fire of the San people, the Yuhuansi of the Kalahari, you will see that they don't have a very aligned dance. They move around the fire, but it's very loose. Everybody is moving not in a synchronous way. They may be having rhythms with the feet, for example, but there's not an imitation of a hand, typical Reigentance, the circular dance. So that type of distinction is very, very crucial. So certainly there must have been some sort of loose circularity probably happening around fires for much longer periods. But the more synchronous, imitative, unison movement, I mean, this is of course subject to speculation, but I propose that it did come up from less aligned modes in this whole period, where you also have more geometric architectures coming up, where you have this pottery itself as a more circular geometry coming up. So it's a whole set of relations that became more geometric at the same time in a long period with complex relations, probably. So it's a transition. It's not, but that's my speculation. But yeah, the fire must have been one of the things.
Yeah, it's like in the chorus when you start singing together on the issue of the unison. It's a question. It's a question whether when you enact a movement which is the same, made by a collective group of people, isn't there a way to sort of get the collective group more powerful, able to resist better to difficult conditions of life? It's a question.
Yeah, no.
Like when you sing
addressed
together,
the question. No, I don't think. It's a very important question, but I don't think that it allows a better resistance. It just allows a new kind of social cohesion that allows massive homogenization. That is the key. So, I mean, gatherer hunters have been able to have their social cohesion in a much more flexible form for much longer periods. But what was requested in the Neolithic period was a new form of large-scale synchronic organization because of agriculture, livestock, building of architectures in a large scale, rowing ships, building pyramids, slavery, and so forth. This required, and this is very much studied by McNeill, for example, in this book of Keeping Together in Time is the title. And so how the learning synchronicity through dance was crucial for this new form of large-scale synchronic homogeneous organization. So I think what it allowed was large-scale homogeneous organization, which has been very problematic. I find it intrinsically fascistic, right? But not a more resilient one, no. So there we can differentiate. I propose that differentiation, of course. It's not.
You seem to imply that synchronous and asynchronous dance cannot coexist in the same society.
No, there is a continuum, of course, and you have overlaps. And as I said, they do coexist because you have disaligned dances as an escape valve still today when we go out clubbing sometimes, and there can be mixtures of, semi-aligned or things like that. But I'm trying to identify certain tendencies and processes and how they relate to the global organization, the overall organization of a society, right? And how historically, I think it is quite a significant theory that dance had this historical foundational significance in the emergence of aligned societies, which then got lost because there were other means for keeping bodies together in time through machines and other structures. But not in the early villages. This is the period that Garfinkel points. The early villages was where the emergent large-scale work of agriculture and so forth, still in smaller communities, was having the aligned dance as the major source of social cohesion. Before that, well, there was a necessity for keeping together in time, because the hunting is another dynamics. It's not about synchronicity. And then in later societies, it's machines choreographing us, so we can understand how nowadays our bodies dance very little. Some people don't dance at all, most people, I think. And often the dances are highly aligned, even in clubs. That's another subject of study. And instead, we are totally choreographed through machines. We are extensions of machines. We are just appendixes of a planetary hyper-cyborg, I claim in the book, that choreographs us in highly opaque manners. And dance has become extinct along with life, mass extinction. Because co-moving societies are the ones that keep alive this emergent diversification of movement that happens from the fluctuations of the body coming together into always new compositions, rather than having a predefined plan imposing itself from one side on the others, right? So it makes for me total sense that the alignment of dance and this later waning has come along with the mass extinction of life in the biosphere. And the regeneration of life would need to come with a regaining of the dance of life in this looser sense of co-moving plastic collectivities, of flocking bodies that co-evolve in the biosphere. So that is my personal planetary politics of the chorus, adding on to Stefan Donat's highly interesting idea of the protest choirs, right? In the scenario of the upcoming collapse.
It makes me think that when you talk about the protest choir, is to make a connection with the Greek word, the stasis.
Stasis.
Stasis, when people stop to resist, and it's a way of rebelling also. I like this idea also. When you stop the flow is when you resist.
Yeah, Stefan Donat also analyzes these more still choirs. So he analyzes three different major expressions, like in Occupy in New York, in Stuttgart, 2021, and in Egypt. And in each one, it's a completely different sets of highly complex choreographies, uses of the voice or of sounds or of silence or of stillness or of movement. It's very interesting.
Or the extreme slowness.
But he claims very much how it's not just about protest and resistance, but how this creates a new form of collectivity, of existence, which has this intrinsic property of the chorus as something that is not fully defined, that is emerging all the time. That is not following strictly a predefined plan, that proposes a different way of existing and becoming than the one that has imposed itself with highly aligned societal structures, which is what I find the most rich potential, I think, for politics. Okay, well, thanks. Let's. So We will go now for a coffee break. We are large over time, but we will come back in a few minutes for the book presentations. Gosh, we are already over time.
Oh yeah, that's right. You have it all. Let's dance until the end of life. Not the end of love. The end of life. Oh yeah. And the last one, close the door.
So apologies for the long wait. We were having a longer coffee break and also with a small guided tour of the exhibition upstairs of the works that were presented in the first talk this morning. We will continue now with, we will invert a bit the program and start with the presentation of the new part 2 of Onto Hackers, and then Evi Sampanikou will do her paper on part 1 of Onto Hackers, which is my own book trilogy, of which part 1 came out last year, and part 2 is coming out right now. Any of these days in the coming week, it should be out. I will actually start showing here the presentation. So Evi, I think we should start with the part 2 of Onto Hacker presentation, because Alexandra needs to go. And then you do your paper. Is it okay? Yeah. Okay.
Yes, and Joaquin, yes.
Joaquin, I don't see, so we will do our. Don't worry. Well, you don't. Maybe it's just you and me, and then you do your paper. Okay. Joaquin, I don't see there, so well, maybe he didn't realize. I can just explain a bit the structure.
Maybe I can move this to there and move this here.
Yes, please. Thank you. Or just bring the other chair over.
This one is this chair.
Okay, so we will do now, thanks Alexandra for being with me on this. Maybe Joaquin will be joining online later. This little presentation of the part 2 of Onto Hackers, this trilogy of books of which part 1 was presented here last year. And second part will be out very soon. Let me just put it on the streaming. Background first. It doesn't show. It doesn't appear. Why? No. So I will maybe first say some issues about the general structure and so forth. So here you have the covers of the 3 books. The one to the right appeared last year. The second volume is the one coming out now. Actually, here you have the website in the publisher, which is announced for coming months ago, but it's in great delay. It's a very large book. I have to thank the publisher and particularly Vincent van Gerven A for the enormous amount of work they have put into this book. And they promised it will be out before 31st of May, so it should be out any of these days with the availability for direct free downloading or purchasing the physical copy, like you have already for the first part. Actually, this is the first part, and so yeah, very soon this will be also available for the second part. Now let me just say a few general words about the whole book. So it's a one book in 3 volumes, or meta book divided in 7 books and 3 volumes. So the first volume was books 1 to 3, the second volume is books 4 to 6, and then the third volume to the left will be hopefully after the summer with book 7. So onto hackers, radical movement philosophy in the age of extinctions and algorithms, metahumanist philosophy, aesthetics, and politics. So part 2, subtitled Revolution, Evolution, Technologies, is the biggest one by far. It's a very dense 600 pages with the kind of, so the first volume was more of an in-depth introduction into, well, the whole theory of proprioception and perception in the body and the whole core concepts of radical movement philosophy. Whereas in book 2, I put in practice these concepts for taking them to their full elaboration in 3 main parts. The book 4 is what I title Swarming Cosmology. So it's a whole cosmological unfolding of the ideas of radical movement philosophy. From massive speculations with pre-Big Bang cosmology up to the arrival of modern techniques. So as a continuum, right? Exposing also evolution on Earth and the diversity of modalities of movement that have been coming up in that process. Book 5 is where I develop to the full my theory of the Algorithmine, the age of extinctions and algorithms, and also of the planetary holocaust. It has 2 major parts. So first, more the whole theory of the age of extinctions and algorithms, exposing an ontology of power as alignments in movement, genealogy of how these alignments came up, and the dynamics of how macro and hyper alignments are operating today. So macro alignments as static alignments of an earlier period, and then hyper alignments as the dynamic merging of these alignments in the current algorithmic society. And then the second part of this book 5 is more with a different tone, a whole exposition and denunciation of the age of the planetary holocaust and trash human enhancement. And then book 6 is the longest one, which is where I expose the whole politics and aesthetics of ontohackings, of metaformance, and the whole Dionysian aesthetical politics of life. There is the longest section of this book 5 is the one devoted to the chorus, the choral ontopolitics, as I call it, 90 very dense pages, exposing more in depth than I did before in my talk earlier today. The research I've done around the chorus as this ontology and politics of life. But there are also other parts devoted to metaformance aesthetics, to my own projects in metaformance, and also to the whole politics, the metahuman politics, in reply to the eco-social crisis. So this is the most complex, probably, and longest part of the whole book. This I said already. I forgot to mention in book 4, this cosmology culminates in this concept of metabiosis, which I was mentioning yesterday in my talk as well, this idea of understanding life as symbiotic mutation, and hence this allows also to understand the regimes of the Algorithmine as the reversal of that process of symbiotic mutation. So so this is the synthesis of the 3 volumes. The third one will be a history history of movement philosophies, or rather of philosophy as movement philosophy, and of movement as the core, underestimated core of philosophy and of life at large. So how movement has been thought will be this final layer that connects the whole trilogy with a review of histories of philosophy as movement philosophy. So, okay, well, I guess this is about a general introduction to the volume. And I don't know, we can, if you want to comment whatever, Alexandra, if you had time, because I sent out a preliminary PDF to my colleagues just a few days ago, so don't feel pressurized. Or we can just, open up for questions.
Thank you very much, Jaime, for this invitation to discuss your book and your ideas that are really thought-provoking, and it is really a large body of work that one has not only to read but also to assimilate properly in order to be able to deal. But it is I have got one like preliminary but also general question which I would like to know how you can respond, how we are dealing with the problem that I address. Because from one side, yes, I very much appreciate the way you are approaching in a broad scale the ontology, the history, and the philosophy in all its different kind of aspects. Yes, so thinking through philosophy, through aesthetics, and through politics. But then, like opposing narratives and verbal power that is imposing, that is structuring, that is ordering, opposing large narration, big narrations. We are construing a big narration. The story like of whole life on Earth, whole history of humanity, whole politics of humanity on the world, and with a very kind of specific vision on the future, and the idea is how to deal with it. It is not this that I'm kind of criticizing any of specific aspects, but these big narrations were already thematized as problematic at the turn of postmodern times, as the one that brought us to large crises and to Holocaust as such, modernism being one of this very specific large narrations, fascism, communism. There were also large narrations trying to explain the whole world through one story. So I know that your story is completely different. Yes, it's completely different. It's trying to go against all these kind of imposing narratives, all these kind of aligned forms of doing living and so forth. But then you are telling one story. So how you deal with this, I would say, with the auto-referential problem in general, construing your philosophy?
I don't think I'm proposing one story. I'm proposing a reversal of the one-story narrative and introducing a non-narrative, which is about the core role of indeterminacy in the multiplicity of stories of the universes that we can never be fully aware of. So I would beware of understanding my proposal. This is as a warning I launched in the first book already. Like there's always the danger, and it's okay, for people to misinterpret my project as a grandiose new global narrative. I don't think that's the movement I propose. First of all, one has to understand that the writing of a book, for me, someone who defends to go beyond writing, is just part of a multiple kind of movement that I feel is necessary. So I think that we need to work both within the existing tools, but also go beyond them at the same time. So I think we need to undo, specifically undo from within, the inherited narratives. This is one mode. We need to propose new concepts. This is a second step. And above all, we need to propose new practices that go beyond. So it's a triple movement that I've always been webbing in my practice since 20-something years. And so the book writing is just then this part that threads some of these, whereby, of course, the book is probably the most significant technology of the age of domination, books themselves, right? still today, even in the age of algorithms, who doesn't write a book,
There are already some.
So, it's still like a very particularly significant technology. So it's like a way of occupying the technology of accumulation of knowledge in the age of exploitation and exposing its own failures from within. But this will never be enough. So the book is just completely entangled with practices that go completely beyond verbality and narration. And then what the book tries to unfold, so because it speaks about practices, pointing to them, it speaks about new concepts, and it speaks about a deconstruction of old concepts, a critique of old concepts. So the whole book is webbing in this way. Now, the new concepts proposed are concepts that are trying to set in motion a kind of knowledge and thinking that, one would have to see whether it's working or not. But like one finds in some indigenous modes of knowledge, ways of thinking which are embedded with the world in motion and variation and indeterminacy, well, I'm trying to propose a set of concepts, a field of conceptual thoughts where one foregrounds this intrinsic indeterminacy of the world. Therefore, not a narrative that is imposing a globalized vision of what the world can be, but an intrinsically indeterminate one that is in intrinsic variation. This is the challenge, of course. Whether it's working or not, well, we will see, right? But so I am aware of these tensions, and so yeah, they are very important to have in mind. But I've tried to make my way across them, whether successfully or not, addressing these threefold layers of critique of concepts, new concepts, and new practices, which is actually the most significant part. But I think it would not be enough. Like if we just produce new practices without a substantial critique from inside, we miss also a substantial part, because we are so embedded in a world made of concepts, and so that is just one part of the work needed.
So then I would like to develop a bit more about how this theory making, practice making, and politics making, how they are not parallel, but how they are intertwined from your perspective. Because we can tell the story, we can do the practice, and we can try to do politics. But it is not about doing them parallelly, but it is about making the certain entanglement of them that brings all of them to another level. And can you tell a bit more about this kind of fusion or synergy that you are trying to achieve?
Yeah, I think that more than trying, it came on its own somehow, because I've always been inhabiting these different territories. So it would be for me itself a work I have not yet done to do an archaeology of my own process and see how this has been happening. But I can give some hints that are clear for me, like, for example, some core philosophical concepts like amorphogenesis, which is my complete reversal of the Aristotelian form ontology, was profoundly grounded on an artistic project called also Amorphogenesis, which we still perform in our collective creation activities in the Bodinet Horos project, which is itself a kind of tool that was created with digital media, which is about interactive digital worlds that emerge from the moving body, but which are a non-Cartesian amorphous ontology of space that you can never navigate, that is deforming constantly, that never has a fully recognizable shape. So this is an example of how, and I could never tell what was first, chicken, egg here. I would have to develop an archaeology of this, and maybe it would never be fully clear. Another example is the post-anatomical body, which is also very linked to this amorphogenesis idea, which is linked to this other artistic project with cameras on the skin, which there's no longer a perspectival external vision of the body as a something reducible to a map, but the body is perceiving itself in close-up and in motion, and how this produces a body reducible to anatomy. It's another way of thinking amorphogenesis and the formless body. And this was very much linked to my own experimentation with a sensorial transformation through a particular appropriation of this dominant technology of the camera. Again, for me, it would be very difficult to understand what came first, but it, of course, yeah, it was entangled in the sense that as soon as maybe I could say that the experimentation maybe was first, but coming along with intuitions of concepts, and as soon as the concept came up with the practice, it was reinforcing the practice in turn. So I would start writing about that practice as an amorphogenesis, post-anatomical body, and that would take on the practice even further. That's just an example of an entanglement. With the activist side, which is the three, I have these three legs of activity, always the philosophical, theoretical, the artistic experimentation, and the activist activity. I guess this has been getting together more and more closely, because I used to keep slightly more separate, of course, always embedded in the whole kind of critical framework, but I think it's got more coherently together in the last years with my more critical understanding of the whole issue of the planetary Holocaust and of the radicality of the current crisis, which was the offspring of research I was doing in the recent years, which brought my critical stances much further than I think I had before, and which allowed me to connect the embodied practices much more deeply with a political practice, the experimentation with the body, much more like we are doing now with the workshops, with the labs, who's trying to find deep ecological approaches to transformation of life, where the somatic experimentation is no longer a bourgeois palliative measure of the artist doing something for an audience, but is part of a much deeper transformative. I think it took me more than 20 years to arrive to the possibility of putting these two major fields of interest for me really together. I think it's what took longer to really find the deep connection between all these theoretical somatic experimentations and the proper activism, so to speak, which had been kept a bit separate, so not completely entangled. This now is becoming more entangled after those many years, but it took this final stage of, say, not radicalization, but being more coherent, going more in depth in the critique, understanding better a whole set of problems, and taking them much further than I had done before, in order to bring together and entangle more the somatic experimentation and the theoretical critique with more pragmatic political activist possibilities.
Okay, so then I want to ask one more question for now, like, because then you are talking and you are arguing for this very much in your second part of your oeuvre, I would say, about this the need of going back to these choral dances, to the disaligned chorus, and this is something that you are willing to guide as many as possible, yes, but then again you are fighting the kind of resistance of following the chorus. So I would like,
Resistance
of to follow the chorus that you are trying to initiate socially in a community. I would say yes, that you are that then you are rather thinking that it is. You'll dance with as many as join, yes.
Yeah.
But generally, like, to make this the kind of big movement, it can be kind of problematic, and this.
Well, I think, I think the type of move I propose can only be minoritarian in the sense, perhaps they're connecting a bit to the sense of minoritarian and Moeller in Guattari and Deleuze, that the majoritarian is per se problematic in terms of implying a certain homogenization of the mass. What I propose is an intrinsic variability and variation in the movement, and that can, I think, only be minoritarian, not in an elitist sense, but in the sense that as soon as it becomes homogeneous in mass, it stops being variation. So there's an interesting problem for politics, because the major problem we face today is not in the content of the media that structure societies, but the structure of the media themselves. How media are structuring our perceptions in a fascist, homogeneous form is the massive major problem. And that's a very difficult problem, because then it's no longer enough to just spread a new message on Twitter. You know, fascist now medium par excellence, since Elon Musk got it. But it's the actual infrastructure of which is very complex, and I analyze it in depth in book 5 on the Algorithms. I do an in-depth elaboration of the whole genealogy underlying what lies behind such a thing as a social media, because it has many elements together. It has the longer, centuries-old alignments of linear perspective, which have aligned us as in immobile bodies with a fixed point of vision that splits us ontologically from the world, and it's a docile body. And then it has the opaque world of dynamic algorithms managing our attention within this window to which we have become physically aligned. This is a typical example of the two layers of the macro scene and the hyper scene. So I divide the algorithm in two major epochs and strata. The macro scene is the age of millennia-long static alignments emerging since the Neolithic mainly, and culminating in perspectival vision. And then since mechanism, and especially since cybernetics, we have the new layer of the hyper scene, which is how within the basis of these static alignments, you have the self-organizing dynamics of algorithmic meshes, but happening within the static ones that are sustaining them. Because we are statically aligned with the frames and windows, we get reoriented by the complex meshes of self-organizing algorithms, which still are, however, gridded movements in microchips and planetary computation systems, which so there's this complex, and there are many ways of exploring that very complex dynamics. For example, think of a social medium like Facebook, which is on the one hand exploiting formations coming from the macro scene, like the individual who wants to self-expose, and it's feeding upon that, right? But then it's inflating the ego, actually, coming from these earlier formations, but it's instrumentalizing it and undermining it, because in fact it's just a means for overexposure, for becoming data that become then profiles performed by autonomous algorithms, which you will never know. So you know your profile, which is just the substrate of other profiles made by autonomous algorithms that get sold to third parties that will try to reorient your attention. So there you see how the ego gets inflated and undermined at the same time by the social medium, and it becomes substrate of a completely different economy, like Shoshana Zuboff calls the surveillance capitalist economy, of which we become a product in ways that we cannot absolutely know anything about. It's a radical ontological opacity. So this is the kind of dynamics I expose, for example, in the chapter on the algorithm in a more detailed way, in many aspects like social media, affects, all sorts of aspects. Macro scene, hyper scene have this diabolic relation of earlier formations being foundational, but also being instrumentalized and undermined for the purpose of an even more problematic and opaque dynamics of power.
Thank you very much. I hope to follow the discussion later on, and I will leave the floor for the others for now to join.
Thank you. Yeah. So, unless we can have of course questions, and if there would not be, when Evie is back in the room, we can go to her own talk, which will be on Onto Hackers Part 1, actually. So let's see. Meanwhile, if not,
do we need to use these?
Please, yes.
Sure.
Yeah, the red light should be on.
Okay. So I'm curious how you arrived at this kind of notion of variability through performance. I arrived at a similar space, but I arrived at a concept I call infinite variability, but I do so through like physics and like I guess from a theological perspective.
Sorry, can you repeat? I didn't get fully.
Maybe this one.
Yeah.
Is this better?
Maybe, yeah.
Okay. So I was curious about how you arrived at this notion of intrinsic variability via performance. I have a similar term, infinite variability, but mine is based upon like physics and genomics, and even like the theological perspective, whereby like the deity in Hebrew, I guess in the Old Testament would say, normally it's termed "I am that I am," but a closer read suggests that the reading is actually "I will be what I will be." And so, the idea that like the divine figure could be any and everything, and it's constantly evolving. And so, I'm curious how you arrived at this through performance.
Thanks. Yeah. Well, this is more part of the Hackers Part 1, of which Evie will be talking later. So where I expose more the hardcore philosophy of radical movement philosophy. This intrinsic variability of movement is the hardcore element of radical movement philosophy, because it implies also the intrinsic indeterminacy of movement as field. And I think we may be having common grounds there, because I also, of course, this was also itself a long elaboration, and I think the idea was there in the works for many years, but at some point, I don't remember now how or when, I should do the archaeology, I guess. I came across, I was researching into every possible account of movement in every possible domain, including in physics. And I realized that the more kind of primordial notion of movement is the idea of fluctuation. For example, a wave is a type of oscillation. An oscillation is a type of fluctuation. A fluctuation is an indeterminate variation. And then quantum physics says that the really only unavoidable thing anywhere in the universe or before a universe is quantum fluctuations, vacuum fluctuations, primordial fluctuations. So the idea that there are inevitably always indeterminate energy variations. So I connect this then to my definition of a body also in the volume 1. When I say that a body is defined as a proprioceptive field that is intrinsically fluctuating, it's this mass of fluctuations of muscular tensions across the 360 joints that we have, which is also again a field of endless fluctuations that is always in motion, that is never arriving to a stable state. So again, intrinsic fluctuation is what defines the ontological indeterminacy of a moving body. So it's very concrete. It's not, so to speak, it's a way of thinking that this intrinsic indeterminacy that one finds in quantum physics is actually present in our daily experience of the moving body as an intrinsically indeterminate field of fluctuations of the whole proprioceptive system. And then, of course, at the macrocosmic scale, one can find also similar issues, which I expose in book 4 of this second volume on cosmology and so forth, exposing how quantum fluctuations give birth both to the macroscopic scale of dark matter aggregations and also to the microscopic scale of string vibrations, and then all the compositions of molecular fields and so forth. So maybe we have there common grounds for thinking this intrinsic variability. But I guess I was thinking this idea for many years in different ways, but at some point this account of I grabbed this idea from physics and built very consistent, for a long time on it, arriving to this proposal in the book 3 of the first volume of quadruple law of indeterminacy, of fluctuation, which was my not very humble reversal of the Aristotelian law of causality, like saying no, it's the reverse. Like there's an intrinsic irreducibility of the world to causality in a complex, multifaceted way.
No, that totally makes sense, and I can definitely see that. So no, thank you.
So, unless there would be more things, since we are quite late, if you want, Evie, you can come and do your little. Let's have your presentation and we go. We can do. No. Let's try to have it all now, because otherwise we.
I have to reintroduce myself. I'm Evisa Panikou from the University of the Aegean. And this is really the first time I'm not going to use a PowerPoint ever, because as an art historian, I could never ever imagine I would speak about something without images. But when it comes to Jaime's book, I think we don't need them. Well, I don't know if it is a good thing or a bad thing. So, I have recently read Onto Hackers 1, Radical Movement Philosophy in the Age of Extinction and Algorithms. Well, this is, as you already know from the previous talk, the first volume of a long expected book that was published in 24, just a few months before this one we were talking about earlier. In fact, it has been developing since 2012. First written in Spanish in 2016 and then rewritten in English in 2017. As a person collaborated with Jaime for years, I thought I knew what to expect. As parts of this really monumental work had previously been presented, built, or reshaped and evolved in a series of forums and conferences, a series of workshops on movement philosophy, including body and mind disalignment exercises, and also in Herb's gathering sessions and a series of metaformances I was lucky enough to witness the previous years. All the aforementioned had offered me a deep immersion in Jaime Delval's combination of art and practical philosophy of being, this, because this is the way I see what he does. In the context of a new ecological revolution, evolution, you can use any of the words. Much deeper, however, is my knowledge on this after reading this book. Well, Jaime is nearby. I don't want to flatter anyone, but all know the person, an extraordinary multi-artistic personality that was gradually led from music initially to performance art and theory and further on to philosophy, shaping a system of ethical, philosophical values related to an immense respect for all forms of life on a sustainable planet, and based on original sources and bodily capabilities, which we actually do not have as contemporary human beings. And this is the original notion of Jaime's metahumanism, a term that has been argued on and has been reshaped during the recent years. In Not to Hackers 1, Jaime explains that the whole project is actually a meta book comprised of 7 books. You have already gotten a first impression of that. And book 1 on this whole serves as an extended abstract, while book 7 as a supplement. I'm just making a general description of the book now. Each book works as a book within the book. Similarly, to me, with the frame within frame in photography. Despite the fact that the author is against images. You create images, however. At the same time, the main ideas are communicating with Jaime Delval's own artistic and philosophical practice developments all these years, and are also reflecting an important number of previously published essays. You can find them on Reverso and Metabody publications, online. The introduction functions under the title "A Warning to the Reader" as a prelude, and then a metalude, and a preface with three premises, ending with the rebellion of the bodies against extinction. This is a good orientation of things and what follows. Part 1, under the title Radical Movement Philosophy and the Body Intelligence Revolution, explains where the focus of this volume concentrates on: to developing a philosophy of the movement, to realizing the extent of any body intelligence, and understand how radical and revolutionary can be such a turn in our philosophy of living, especially in the age characterized by extinction of about all species around us and ruled by algorithms. The first chapter deals with how we move, connecting movement with thoughts, feelings, and ecosystem. I'm citing here 3 lines. How we move is how we think, feel, know, perceive, relate, and collectively create our worlds. How we move changes the epigenetic expressions of our DNA, our metabolism, our emotions, our cognitive potentials, and our ecosystems. Well, one of the most interesting subchapters of this book 1 discusses exactly what was mentioned previously during the interview on the book, on the new book, the algorithm, and exposing the conflict between the will to vary as capacity to create and the will to dominate as capacity to reduce. This subchapter explains how the notion and method of the grid became a dominant measure of all proportions on our vision system, thus making it an all-encompassing system of rationalization, while later in the chapter we're introduced to the broader meaning of proprioception as a sense modality that becomes a dynamic matrix where all action and perception become one, where sensing the world is sensing oneself in motion and transformation. And perception here perception is related to proprioception, a relation that seems to recognize movement itself as a new theoretical field, especially after contemporary physics have appeared. The Big Bang Theory, the understanding of fluctuation as a unique mode of change, and here Margulis and Sagan are cited. This whole concept is related to radical symbiosis and ongoing mutation as movements of evolution. Therefore, we cannot discuss anymore about dualisms because this is the main idea, I think. No more dualisms, as nature is a fluctuating economy of energy. Then what is described is the meta-body techniques of regaining proprioception and disalignments. And the notion of onto-hacking is introduced as a radical pluralist metapolitics. So are we dealing with an expanded treatise on proprioception, like the title, one of the subchapter titles, "In Search of Lost Proprioception, a Metaception Theory of Body Intelligence"? Well, initially it recalls concepts mentioned in the introduction: perception, embodied cognition, plasticity, language, and communication. However, focusing on the body intelligence topic before being led to the gradual definition of proprioception, with the gradual developing definition of proprioception within the field of practical philosophy, we realize that there's another thing proposed, an ontological redefinition of bodies and perception, as well as a new epistemology of intelligence that turns into epistemology of proprioception. Indeed, it is proprioception, always difficult to say, here that unifies action and perception. With proprioception, they can become one. And thus, proprioception becomes the basis of memory and experience, of empathy and meaning at the same time. In consequence, we are led to the meaning of alignment. As the more, according to Jaime, the more we align with mechanical and repetitive movements, the more we narrow down to our capacities to resonate with the world. And this is something we can all think about because we become like machines sometimes. Alignments become addictive. Therefore, proprioception becomes a way to overcome such an addiction through movement as an elasticity of perception and openness, exactly as an image you were describing, Michael Jackson's dancing. It is an example in the book. Sorry. And then we're reminded that it was Brian Masumi who recently brought attention to proprioception, both for the possibility of taking it as a general plane of cross-references experience and for developing technologies of emergent experiences. Here we have the underlined meaning of otherness connected with the term as anarchy self or meta-self, alloception, or other similar terms, adding the notion of kinesthesia in the possible transcriptions of proprioception. Therefore, ontotherapy and ontohacking can become a way of leaving any form of Cartesian alignment far behind and set body intelligence free through a series of metahuman exercises towards a radical movement freedom in order to achieve the extended proprioceptive or metaceptive field described. What follows, and as I read it, is a matter of politics. In the subchapter proprioceptive or metaceptive politics, focusing on defeating choreography, plasticity as a body intelligence for resistance, non-reductive thinking, and neurodiversive ecologies. A very important part of this chapter is metaformance environments as metatherapies for a plastic, neurodiverse culture that reaches the core meaning of Jaime's own metaformances, his artistic interventions. We have a lot of times seen as both an artistic and philosophical practice, and also as forms of proprioception and disalignment, as they appear into the whole process of meta-body research, very thoroughly discussed about previously. Book 3 is dedicated to the core concepts of radical movement philosophy of fluctuation, based on the principles of openness, consistency, and variation. We're reintroduced to Darwin, Nietzsche, Bergson, and the Pythagoreans, focusing on Parmenides as the beginning of the history of Western philosophy, as the history of setting limits to movement, which is the focus point for leaving movement behind into the Western culture. So I wouldn't like to get into this very much because Plato, Aristotle, and all the philosophers have already been discussed and mentioned. It is here where Deleuze, Derrida, and Simondon get into the scene. This part of the book challenges all forms of static being together with forms of sustainable living and reproduction. If we what has drawn furtherly my attention from the beginning is the part on movement beyond and movement between actual and virtual, as it offers a very interesting aesthetic and philosophical approach of the virtual, although Haydn refuses it is very much into it. In his own words, I prefer the term potential to virtual because of the many misunderstandings that have arisen around Deleuze's conception of the virtual. In addition, while my conception of potential is close to this conception of the virtual, I deviate from the latter in considering actualization neither as determination nor as a need for any acts of determination. Further on, were introduced to laws and practices. The inference law, the quadruple law of fluctuation, interaction, transduction, transvergence, and transmodality, recapitulation, and so on. A series of introduced laws and principles, and before were introduced to the amorphogenesis part that they were discussing earlier with Alexandra, and the meta-emergence and micro-singularities practices that are actually the core meaning and activist action in the majority of the metaformances. The notion of common body appears, the notion of frontier body emerges as an economy of variation, developed in detail and discussed mainly in book 3, last chapters, sometimes in an uncanny for the common reader way, mainly introducing openness as Dionysian affirmation, developing at the same time a post-queer theory of metaformativity, microsex, and sex as mutation, eloquently expressed later on and described as aiming at undoing the fallacy of sex as reproduction. A view the reader does not necessarily need to accept as a review or discuss, just to be open to it. And the same goes for one of the next sub-chapters, the orgy of the worlds from Big Bang to Big BANG, 13.8 billion years of orgiastic evolution and reductive anomalies, mainly discussing the algorithmic formations relating to dominant human cultures. In conclusion, reading onto Hackers 1, after all the previous years' intellectual exchanges with Jaime, has offered me as a simple reader rather than as an immobilized academic. Thank you very much, which I am. It is an inside joke always. An opportunity to a more open look on the relation between the arts
the sciences and the academy, as well as an open look to culture and the body. The body, as a centralized non-object in Western culture, can, through this openness, become a micro-world and a micro-cult in a universe inhabited by metahuman beings for a sustainable future. So, I don't know if there are any questions. Okay.
Thank you so much for your
Reading.
reading of the book. Well, I guess it's very late and we need to go for lunch. But anyway, if anyone wants to ask further questions on this first volume, we had already some previously, so it's not ultra necessary.
Yeah, just one. If because the reiteration of like a post anatomical body, but if you're going to reiterate a post anatomical body, why then lean into notions like proprioception or neuro anything?
Why link it to?
Yeah, no, like why like because proprioception is connected back to the body, right? The ability to sense things, right, in and around you, specifically in space. But that's also connected, at least historically, delineated in connection with, right? We think about synapses, efferent, efferent pathways, specific spots on the body that would be connected with the labels associated with the anatomy. And so I'm curious, if we're going to talk about a post anatomical body and take it seriously, then why lean back into notions of neuroanatomy? Is this simply a response to the limitations of language, or is it more so like to say, are you saying something else as well?
So the post-anatomical body, which came initially, as I was mentioning before, from narcissistic experimentation, which was putting cameras on the skin and, say, playing against the way in which cameras since the Renaissance were placed at a fixed distance, and how that laid the foundations for anatomy as well. So perspectival vision as being the perceptual paradigm underlying anatomy. So anatomy is emerging from and with perspectival vision. And then I was considering how, when you turn cameras against perspectival vision by hacking the way you use them, how suddenly anatomy is this perspectival external vision of the body that becomes a map through this external point of view becomes perhaps even impossible. So that was the starting point for this idea of the post-anatomical body. It meant also something like, of course, it was playing with things like the statements by Stellark of doing alternate anatomies of the body. And then I thought, well, maybe what we need is not just new forms, right, new anatomies. But here again, it was my I would say perhaps the most unique aspect within my proposal, where I seem to diverge from everyone else I know, is my battle against form, against the notion of form altogether. Because everyone else I know, maybe I miss people and then I would be very happy to get to know them, but say, I don't know, Deleuze, for example. None of them are against form. Form is part of the ontological puzzle of inevitable concepts, so to speak. And for me, that's very problematic, because I think form appeared with certain perceptual organizations and it culminated with perspectival vision. So framing a bit of the world at a distance, which allows to also separate something from a background. And that creates the idea of a form. Form can then become also a pattern, say a mathematical pattern. So we have, like Bergson already criticized, we have the ancient account of form as in Plato and Aristotle, which was an ideal kind of gesture. And then you have the mechanistic account of form as a purely mathematical pattern, right? And both of them are problematic for me, because both of them imply, as Bergson already criticized, reducing movement to some kind of immobility. So I'm trying to regain this irreducibility of movement to any kind of immobility, to any kind of shape or form, mathematical or ideal. And then the post-anatomical body was one of the ways of playing around this through hacking the perceptual foundations of form. So perceptual foundations. So for me, form is then not an intrinsic property of reality, but is the effect of particular ways of organizing perception into fixed points and relations, which without which form would be unthinkable. And therewith also anatomy just one type of form. So anatomy then understood as one way of reducing the body to certain functions and shapes. And so then I would say that proprioception allows for a much more dynamic understanding of a body that is irreducible to static accounts of form or shape or anatomy, but which is more linked to irreducibly fluctuating dynamisms and zones of tension and fluctuation. So it's an intrinsically fluctuating account of how the body's dynamism Joaquin is also bringing questions. Dynamism is put into action as a proprioceptive matrix. So yeah, for me there is a deep connection between the post-anatomical body, which as a concept emerged from this critique of perspective through an artistic experimentation, and then the later development I did on proprioception is perhaps a deeper account of this post-anatomical body, which is feeling itself from within rather than looking at itself from an outside. This is for me the major step.
So I guess conversely, right, then why not use like interoception, right? The inverse of that, where the ability to understand what's like to understand what's going on internally. I'm curious about like that language. I'm also curious about like, so the notion of form seems like you're speaking about like snapshots or things that are caught in time. So I think now I'm thinking about like Nigel Wilson's work, and they would talk about like fluidity, right, or hyper fluidity. And so I'm curious about like Nigel Whitson. We can talk about it, but basically just notions around fluidity. I mean, even like the concept of infinite variability. Like a person I know people have been referencing a lot lately is like Octavia Butler and her notion around change. And so, there's I think a lot of ways to meet, right, or arrive at a similar points. But again, I'm just choice of language, post anatomy, viewing oneself, but doing from an internal space. I'm curious about like the choice of words that reiterate a certain type of form or a certain type of body or a certain type of knowledge, as opposed to either reframing it or re-note it, or I guess placing it within different contexts in order to remove oneself entirely from the notion of anatomy.
Well, I think there I have different registers from different epochs of my own evolution. So the post-anatomical was, I was developing that idea around 2008, linked to this experimentation I was doing at the time with the cameras on the body, which we did here actually.
This was what I tried to describe into this introduction to the book, because for me it was difficult to understand some of the meanings, and that's why I used my experience on what I have seen from Jaime so far, starting from the original artistic experiments, the ones with the micro cameras described, and then following the route, the philosophical route created by them. As for the question on the form, for me it was also difficult to get into this, into the way Jaime describes form or perceives form, mainly because of my engagement with art and art history, because art has always had a meaning for movements, form or the denial of form was always there. The modernists, for example, the first half of the 20th century, played a lot with the notion of the form. Art history still plays with the notion of the form. The way I read this proposal is that Jaime needs to completely get out of all these notions on any form, shape, and it is also related to Western ontologies in general, as the Western world perceives them, and move on to a new approach based on the original body and the original powers of movement and refusing to align according to the Western logic into the world as traditional philosophy has shown so far. I don't know, I may translate it in my own terms, but this is what I described, the way I perceive it.
But to come back to your question, I think maybe the post-anatomical was an earlier stage in thinking, still in relation to an older concept. Focusing on proprioception was maybe the later development of trying to set up a newer form, way of thinking. So the reason why I focus on proprioception is what's unique in proprioception is that movement senses itself. So rather than sensing something outside or inside, so I see interoception and exteroception as outgrowths of the proprioceptive matrix. For me, the proprioceptive matrix is something one can extrapolate to biochemical processes in slime molds, in bacterial assemblages, in any kind of field of movement, sensing its own internal oscillations and then sensing the world through its own internal actuations. So I sense, if I hug Evie, I sense Evie in the same process of feeling my own fluctuations. It's movement and transformation happening in the same moment of sensing the world and sensing myself. And I found this as a unique thing in proprioception that expresses an older evolutionary process that can be found in bodies without even nervous system, and which I think reverses completely the Cartesian paradigm, which is based on perspectival vision, on a radical ontological split between an immobile observer and a world. So that took me over in deepening this idea.
Yeah, no, I think that's helpful. No, I said that's helpful, and I think it's like I said, I think it's an important, right, discourse in terms of just like shaking things up and being critical of, things that have been presented prior. Yeah, no, I appreciate you giving me that background because I think for me, what interested me primarily, right, in this kind of conversation around the meta and the human is when it's not so much the post-anatomical, but the nodal aspects of it. So like a node can be anything, but like the nodal aspects. And so like node, N-O-D-A-L. Node. Yeah, like right. So like a singular point amongst many.
A node.
Yeah, node. There we go. And so for me, the node was particularly interesting because, anything that's a circle has like almost infinite potential. And so I like that aspect of it. But when we start kind of going back, that was really just a question around language and even the history that you provided. So I appreciate it. But yeah, I for one like the transfinite potential, right, of anything. And so it brought me back to the question of like, how does something that can be anything, how can you describe what it feels in its own sense? And even once you describe the end, it sounds like an ecosystem of sorts, being able to sense oneself and make that as a relational space and not just a combination of two separate movements.
So the really core element in what I propose is to distinguish degrees of indeterminacy or determination. So I never put indeterminacy as an abstract absolute term, but the degrees of alignment, disalignment, determination, indetermination of an ecosystem is where the politics appears, so that we, the degree of self-organizing dynamics where things can co-evolve and thrive synergistically is what allows us to distinguish and diagnose regimes that are problematic, and say regimes that are imposing closures. That is and that's where indeterminacy acquires a political force. So this focus I have on indeterminacy, which is also this battle against form as an ontological a priori, which I really fight against, and this focus on an indeterminacy continuum that allows to diagnose problematic regimes, that is a very core. So we have Joaquin, who is also one of our... Okay, or maybe both are for you? No, okay. So maybe we can put them on the visible chat. Joaquin maybe was going to join us in online. Joaquin, if you want to join us and enter the StreamYard, you're very welcome. If not, we just put your questions here. So what becomings or ontological transformations might emerge from reading Onto Hackers? Could the reader, through engaging with the book, undergo an ontological shift with ethical and political effects? I think I leave them to you.
Yes, but I cannot answer such a question because it depends on the reader, of course. You have to be ready for ontological transformations, and I don't believe that they can just happen from reading any book. You're introduced to the author's transformations, first of all. You're introduced to the author's ontology, and yes, reading the book can offer you the aspect of the author and the ontology suggested by the author. So the second part of the question, if the reader could, through engaging with the book, undergo an ontological shift with ethical and political effects, shall receive the same answer. It always depends on the reader, and it most of the times has to do with the reader's own ontological search during the period reading the book. Of course, it is food for thought while reading the book. And the most important part is to be engaged with the ethical questions and the political behind the ontological, which can be really more impressive if you realize what happens. So, and the second
one, if so, the text itself becomes a transformative artifact. Could you connect these ideas to concrete attitudes or practices? Might those become, represent degrees of ontological autonomy? So, of course, the book is indissociable from the practices it points towards. So this is maybe the more transformative side. The way in which it is looking beyond itself, it's never saying that it is enough as a textual practices. In this, it is completely contrary to, say, Derridian approaches of a self-referential critique of philosophy within itself. It's saying this is just part of the story. This connects to, so first, say, deconstructive proposals, then also producing other concepts, and then connecting to practices. I think the whole package is what might become transformative, and pointing towards those practices that the book also relates to and speaks about. Without that, I would miss the really transformative part. Not sure whether it can have transformative effect just on its own. If so, well, great, but some people can let us know if this happens. And ontological autonomy, not sure what you're meaning, Joaquin, with that, but in any case, I see the book is pointing to beyond ontology, like the title itself. So what is onto hacking, right? This is important maybe to explain. Onto hackers, what is an onto hacker and what is onto hacking as this core practice? So on the one hand, we're talking about hacking ontology itself. What is ontology? It's the theory of being. It's the whole tradition that has tried to reduce the world to entities that can be quantified, that can be categorized, that can be fixed. Right? So it's about undoing the whole tradition that has tried to reduce the world to ontos, to entities. So hacking ontology itself means going beyond ontology, meta-ontological thinking of radical movement philosophy as a meta-ontological way of thinking, which implies then the really transformative part is that this cannot happen without actually moving differently, because this ontological tradition has made us actually into immobile bodies, or rather has come from and with immobile bodies. So this is important. It came with immobile bodies in agrarian kingdoms and empires, and the tradition itself pushed this further, and it established regimes even further. Like, of course, Aristotle was born in grid cities, but he helped reinforcing and pushing further this whole regime of categorizing the world and subjecting it to a formal logic. Like also Descartes later on helped. He was Descartes wrote his dualistic treatise 200 years after perspective had allowed ourselves to be split from the world, but he also pushed this paradigm beyond. So this understanding of how philosophical paradigms grow from certain material conditions, but how they help pushing these conditions further is very important. And what I try to do is the reverse. So also connecting ideas to embodied practices and trying to take them further, both in the ideas and in the practices, into a different direction. So, well, thank you. I think we need to run to the food place if they want. If we don't want to
10 minutes.
close.
Fine. They will kick us out.
So thank you everyone for, and we join back here at 4. So at 4 o'clock. Thank you, Joaquin, also, and see you all at 4 o'clock in the final session. Thanks.